Thanks. Please be seated. Honorable members, yesterday, after the speech by the Honorable Malema, I made the following remarks. Honorable Malema, as you leave, I want you to know what you did was wrong. You know you should have done it in the form of a substantive motion. You did it knowingly. It was wrong and it shall be expunged from the Hansard. Close quote. Subsequent to this, a point of order was raised by the Honorable Carter inquiring about the authority, upon which I made the statement regarding the remarks of Honorable Malema. In dealing with this issue, I wish to say the following. Honorable members have consistently been reminded that the Constitution determines that members have freedom of speech subject to the rules and orders. Honorable members are also aware that with every right comes a responsibility. Freedom of speech should be exercised in a manner that does not infringe upon the privileges of other members. The President and other members of Cabinet enjoy the same protection. It has been stated before in this Parliament that the presiding officers are the guardians of the rights and privileges of members. When these are violated, it is within our duty as presiding officers to address the abuse. The presiding officers do this when a point of order or a question is raised and, where appropriate, without a point of order or a question of privilege being raised. Honorable members, it was ruled in the Fourth Parliament that, and I quote, "It is the responsibility of members to avoid using offensive and unbecoming language. Democracy and freedom of speech are not about aggressive confrontation, but about tolerance, respect for different points of views and opinions, and the willingness to agree to disagree without overstepping the bounds of decency. Remarks of a racist, sexist, personal and hateful nature are out of order, completely out of order." Close quotes. During the debate, the remarks that are completely unparliamentary were made. Names of certain premiers were mentioned and aspersions cast on their characters. They were said to be the most corrupt people, and others were accused of participating in the disappearance of opponents. This, as members know, is unparliamentary. In 2009, when a member during a joint sitting referred to the Premier of the Western Cape in a derogatory manner, the former chairperson of the National Council of Provinces ruled the member out of order on the basis that a premier of a province was potentially a member of the joint sitting of the Houses as a special delegate. The Premier was not in attendance at the time. Further, remarks of an extremely private and personal nature were also made about the President. As you know, remarks of a personal nature, as indicated before, are out of order. It is held in some jurisdictions that the Speaker should exercise the greatest care to see that there is no scandalous or improper matter that appears on the printed paper, and that all matters that are printed comply with the rules and practice of Parliament. This, honourable members, is for instance the case in the Parliament of India. It is my view, honourable members, that if the Speaker was not able to do this, we could seriously undermine the image and effectiveness of Parliament itself to function as the Constitution intended. This is in light of the fact that there are procedures for members to follow if they wish to bring to the attention of Parliament alleged improper conduct on the part of another member. Honourable members, I view this as a matter that requires serious consideration. Having regard to the seriousness of balancing the privilege of freedom of speech and the protection of the rights and privileges of other members individually and collectively, I will, in consultation with the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, refer the principle of this issue to the Rules Committee for processing. This morning, I also received a letter from the EFF in which they request that the Speaker withdraws, quote, the communication to expunge the speech and address of Honourable Malema from Hansard. Honourable members, this statement also addresses that issue.
Honourable Speaker, may I address you, please?
Yes,
with respect.
Yes, Honourable Carter.
Yeah. Honourable Speaker, if you can maybe just also give us an explanation, just on 4 points, okay? And it is it the whole speech? Is it a part of a speech? Which part of a speech? Okay, in terms of which written rule and on which point of order, or which point of order did you sustain? Thank you.
I think, Honourable Member, you didn't listen carefully to my statement. However, you can approach the Speaker through my office, and we can take those issues forward.
Honourable Speaker, with respect, yesterday when the Deputy Minister stood up on 4 points of order, you said that we need to learn to be more patient. Now, it is not, you cannot only be patient when it is the African National Congress. You've got to be, even if it's anyone in the House, you are the Speaker of this
Honourable
Parliament.
Carter, can you take your seat? Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, Madam Carter knows that when a ruling is done, you don't challenge it.
I'm not a madam.
Mrs. Carter.
Please proceed, Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Carter knows that when a presiding officer makes a ruling, you don't challenge it unless you go through the structures of this House. She does that knowingly, and therefore she's out of order.
Honourable members, can we...
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Carter.
Honourable Speaker, can I please request the Chief Whip to withdraw that I'm a madam? I am not. I do not run a brothel, and if he does, he can call his family that, but not me.
Honourable Chief Whip, did you call her madam? I thought a madam is a very honourable word. However...
No,
It is
excuse me.
actually the person that runs a brothel.
Then in that case, I won't withdraw.
Honorable members, order. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Honourable Speaker, are you taking side again?
I didn't hear you, Honorable Carter.
If it was any person of opposition, we would have had the security forces remove him. So can the Chief Whip please withdraw it or ask the security to remove him?
Honorable Chief Whip, clearly the honorable member took offense. Could you please withdraw?
I did, ma'am. I did withdraw. And I will do it again.
Okay.
I withdraw.
Thank you. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Point of order.
What's the point of order, honorable member?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Does it mean that all members of Parliament should not address you as Madam Speaker? Because I've heard more than once Honorable Carter referring to you as Madam Speaker. Does it mean that you own a brothel?
No, honorable member. I'm very happy to be called Madam Speaker. Can we allow the secretary to read the order of the day?
Resumption of debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
I don't have the list. We call upon the Honorable, the Minister of Economic Development.
As instructed, Madam Speaker, Honourable President, Deputy President and members, fellow South Africans who are following the proceedings. The State of the Nation address and yesterday's debate rightly focused on the state of the economy, at least from members and speakers from the ANC. Unlike, regrettably, some in the opposition who resorted to schoolboy debating tactics, making puns on words, inventing imaginary planets, ignoring inconvenient facts. The new global economic context impacts deeply on South Africa. Fact. It requires that we step up efforts with the private sector and with organized labor to create jobs, to reduce fractious, conflictual relationships, to build a deeper partnership. We need to do this with greater urgency because we are confronted with big headwinds that can slow our progress. The deepest and most devastating drought in many generations. A global economy that's volatile, with lower growth, countries in recession, and less demand for our platinum, our iron ore, and our gold. Fellow South Africans, even with these headwinds and the real challenges we face, the past year has seen real, concrete progress. The economy created 712,000 new jobs in 12 months in tough, difficult conditions. We should not and will not succumb to a narrative of anger, despair, hopelessness, and blame. There was a lot of that yesterday from sections of the opposition. They make good profits of doom and gloom at a time when we need collective leadership and a closing of ranks as South Africans. It is the ANC that is seeking to unite South Africans, talking to business leaders, trade unionists, stepping up actions to deal with these challenges. We are not a people who curse against the darkness. Instead, we light a lamp, roll up our sleeves, and get to work to create hope and optimism. Instead of blame and anger of some, South Africans want a steady navigation through stormy times, a nation acting as one. I want to use this opportunity to give some facts so that we can see what more we can do together. How to address the structural problems in the economy. How best to weather the global and local storms. We need to create more jobs through infrastructure, industrialization, innovation, investment, inclusion and integration. And we must work more effectively through institution building and solid implementation. This is how we implement the NDP and the 9-point plan announced last year. To create jobs through infrastructure, we invested 290 billion rand as a nation for the past calendar year. More than 1 billion rand every working day. The money helped us to build 160 new schools, to provide new higher education, housing, accommodation for an additional 3,100 students, to start construction on 3 technical colleges and 2 new universities, to build about 100,000 new houses, to connect 265,000 homes to electricity. That is more than 1,000 homes connected every day to the grid, Monday to Friday, 52 a week, 52 weeks a year. That is delivery. The 1 billion rand a day enabled us to erect more than 300 kilometers of transmission lines to bring power closer to the people, to connect 1,700 megawatts of energy to the grid, new energy, almost equal to a new Koeberg power station, to complete 10 renewable energy plants last year, generating clean, green energy. We switched on 1 unit of the Medupi power station that brought more energy to the grid than the electricity use of residents of 2 big cities combined, Nelson Mandela Bay and Mangaung. The 1 billion rand a day helped us to improve or repair more than 24,000 kilometers of roads and start to develop a modern urban public transport system, to install solar water heaters, bringing the total to date to more than 500,000 units, to build 100 kilometers of water pipelines that can convey billions of liters of water to communities and businesses, to expand and modernize the port capacity across the country's coastlines, to build 29 new medical clinics and open 1 hospital, and to support new fiber optic cables and free Wi-Fi hotspots. Behind these numbers, honorable members, are South Africans whose lives were improved. The 1 billion rand a day supported more than 200,000 workers now employed on the public infrastructure program as engineers, metal workers, plumbers, electricians, bricklayers, road builders, and construction workers. The investment helped millions of citizens in townships and suburbs to experience change in their lives. Tobekile Maziwa is a young learner from Lusikisiki who moved last year from a mud school to a new school with a computer lab, a library, and a laboratory, and whose life can be better through the power of education. It is not a headline in a newspaper, but it transforms lives. Matlakala Monageng from Soweto and Hickson Tulari from Burgersfort had no electricity and used paraffin for many, many years previously. But they were connected to the electricity grid in the past 10 weeks. They joined 4 million South Africans living in more than 1 million homes who over the past 5 years were connected to electricity for the first time, bringing power, light, and heat to our people. It's a remarkable achievement. The new TVET campuses being built in Waterberg, Umfolozi, and the Bambanana areas will help with our focus on technical education. It will provide access to the many more students matriculating from high school. A further 9 campuses will be built, and we're now in the procurement stage with these. The past year saw a further rollout of new public transport in key cities through the bus rapid transport system. More urban areas are providing free Wi-Fi hotspots where South Africans can connect to the internet for work, for study, for recreation. Nsetso Lelo Mbalati is a 22-year-old UNISA student in Tshwane who is studying security management. She uses the free Wi-Fi of the city's Arieng transport system. Tshwane is now leading our efforts with 717 active Wi-Fi hotspots that are free to residents. We want to scale up infrastructure further so that more of our people benefit. We are not happy with the pace of new project approval because our times require that we move with greater speed, that we speed up the action in the state. So I want to highlight some steps we will take. First, we will fast-track 20 infrastructure projects identified by Cabinet 2 weeks ago and work hard to bring a number of these to construction, including the Klein Willem and Msimvubu dams, the new end to Walco's highway from East London to eThekwini that will cut the travel time by up to 3 hours, a large water pipeline to the Lephalale Waterberg area in Limpopo, the N3 De Beers Pass for traffic on South Africa's busiest road from Durban to Joburg, and 28 additional renewable energy plants. Now we've done work on the design of these projects, on the technical specification, on the engineering requirements, on securing funding, on getting environmental approvals, and inviting contractors to bid for these projects. We now want to get them construction ready within the next 6 to 15 months so that shovels can hit the ground and workers can go on site. Some of these projects will be catalytic. The Msimvubu Dam can change the economic development of the Eastern Cape. The water pipeline from Lephalale can create the conditions for our first post-apartheid city to develop in the north. Ministers Zuma Pedersen and Mokonyane will provide further details on our strategy in this debate. Second, we are identifying other opportunities for private sector and multilateral funding and partnerships. They include announcements of new solar plants, wind farms, and a new coal-fired power station. The private sector has proposed that we issue an infrastructure bond. We've submitted and will now monitor progress with our first application for $250 million of funding to the BRICS New Development Bank, mainly for cheaper finance for transmission lines to connect future solar and wind energy to the national grid. We will crack down on cable and metal theft from trains, electricity substations, and communities. I'm pleased to say that Parliament late last year passed the Criminal Matters Amendment Act in record time, both houses of Parliament. Thank you very much, and it's with the support of all political parties. We'll now implement this law, which creates a special category of offence for those who steal from public infrastructure, with tougher bail conditions, minimum jail sentences when you are found guilty, sentences of up to 30 years for theft from essential facilities, and fines up to 100 million rand for companies who collude with thieves, and a greater onus on those who are found with copper cable and scrap metal to say, where did you get it? To create jobs, we're focused on industrialization, investment, and innovation to strengthen the economy. Instead of a number, let me start with a person. Patience Majola, who I met. She's a 25-year-old young engineer who works in the paint shop at Toyota in Durban. She's part of a team that produces minibus taxis, taxis we used to import from other parts of the world. In the past 12 months, Patience and her team assembled 10,200 new minibus taxis locally, creating jobs for more than 700 workers. That is how we respond to the need of unemployed citizens for jobs in hundreds of industrial, agricultural, infrastructure, and tourism projects. Rolling up our sleeves, getting to work. As a result of localization policies, more than 200 additional buses were made for the urban transport system last year. One large bus manufacturer, Busmart, is now almost wholly owned by a black industrialist, Pat Nodada. I think it's worth noting that bus factories contracted with Township Enterprise, owned by a group of young, previously unemployed persons in Mohlakeng, and they were asked to refurbish bus seats and windows. So not only do we do the bus, but it's the supply chain, it's bringing young people in, it's creating opportunities for small businesses. That is what development is. That is what we need more of. Now, none of this is by accident. They're the result of strong partnerships between government and investors, us listening to the needs of industrialists. Yesterday, Minister Rob Davies talked about the auto sector. He's done quite an extraordinary amount of work to attract investment, to bring production to South Africa, to help to create jobs in that sector. So too has the IDC, that's committed 14 billion rand of its own capital in 2015 to South African and continental projects, but also bringing in private sector investors in footwear factories, food processing, wire and cable manufacturing, filmmaking, and many, many others. But honourable members, even as we dip into our own savings, we need to attract more capital to South Africa. And 11 weeks ago, we signed a few multi-billion rand agreements for potential new investment and funding during the state visit by the Chinese president. They included a project to build a new auto assembly plant that can produce more than 50,000 cars, trucks, and sport vehicles a year. If we can get this project approved through the feasibility study, we can create thousands of jobs for unemployed South Africans. Let me give an example of innovation of government co-investing with private sector investors to create jobs. And I'll take just one example of South African technology that combines X-rays and ultrasound in one machine to detect breast cancer among women, a world first, which, if it passes the next testing stage, will bring down medical costs, give more access to the rural women to have a test for breast cancer, and potentially tap into a big global market where we can export and we can create jobs. That's how we create jobs, address the challenge of the unemployed. But honourable members, there are new headwinds and storms that we face. It means we need to do more. So what are some of our interventions? To support industries in distress, we're working with the steel industry to stabilize production and reduce job losses through tariff measures, new investment commitments, and improved competitiveness. But we want something from them too, commitment to invest, to modernize their plant. We're setting up a new 5 billion rand fund supported by the UIF, and Minister Oliphant is working closely with us on that to assist companies affected by the global and local slowdown. To attract new investment, we're implementing a one-stop shop for investors announced in Sona, supporting greater localization of the auto supply chain, and we'll work now with the Chinese to see, can we bring this auto plant to South Africa? To improve competitiveness, job creation, and transformation, we're finalizing proposals to impose substantial penalties for price fixing in the steel industry so that we can build dynamic companies. We support labor-intensive sectors of the economy more strongly, agro-processing, clothing and textiles, tourism, so that we can create more jobs. We'll implement now more urgently what we announced last year, a 23 billion rand Black Industrialist program. So we widen the base of manufacturing, we drive transformation. To support jobs through integration, we're working on opportunities on the rest of the African continent. Last year, for the first time, honourable members, other African countries became our single biggest regional market, overtaking Asia. We exported 303 billion rands worth of goods to other African countries, supporting roughly 250,000 South African jobs. For example, half of the trucks we make in South Africa and that we export elsewhere in the world goes to other African countries. 60% of all the fruit juice that we export go to other African countries. So we're now going to work on deeper regional integration by public and private sector co-investment on infrastructure and on industrialization. Honourable members, Through job creation, we seek to address social and economic inclusion. The most significant pressure we face is to increase the number of South Africans who have jobs and to address income inequalities. Last year in the Sona debate, I advised honourable members that there were 15.3 million people employed in South Africa. There are now 15.8 million people employed. If we take the figures for a full 12 months, it shows that the economy created 712,000 more jobs. Most of those jobs came from agriculture, construction, and business services. The province with the strongest employment creation over the 12 months was Gauteng, with 191,000 more jobs, followed by KwaZulu-Natal and then Limpopo. Employment for the year as a whole grew by 4.7%, significantly outperforming GDP growth. But there are challenges. Too many of our people remain unemployed. And last year, while the economy created almost 750,000 new jobs, the number of work seekers grew by almost 1 million, increasing the ranks of unemployed South Africans who are ready to work but who are unemployed. That is our challenge. That is what we need to address as we upscale our efforts on economic growth and on making it more inclusive. Honourable members, yes, we made real progress in jobs. And yes, we maintained growth last year when others have gone into recession. But we need to do even better in tough circumstances. So to promote greater levels of inclusion, we're completing measures to increase support for small and medium enterprises. We'll promote youth entrepreneurship and youth jobs, including through a regulation to require national infrastructure projects to employ up to 60% of new staff from young professionals and young workers. And we will act against corruption and collusion in the economy. Last year, we announced we were considering criminal sanctions for collusion and price fixing. We commissioned legal and technical work to ensure this could be implemented properly. We will now introduce measures shortly to make it a criminal offence in any industry to collude and to fix prices. It will send a message to everyone that we mean business on stamping out corruption and collusion. We must build competitive strength through innovation, not through sitting in a room somewhere, fixing tenders, prices, and contracts. To support rural and agricultural inclusion, we have prepared a first package just short of R1 billion to support farmers affected by the drought. Honourable members, our work on the 6 I's of infrastructure, industrialization, investment and inclusion, innovation and integration are dependent on effective institutions and effective implementation. We're looking forward to building strong partnerships with the 2 engines of our economy, the private sector entrepreneurs and workers. For business, for trade unions, for government, for shareholders, we must get to the uncomfortable issues. If we all simply see the solutions coming from what others must do, we will not weather the economic storms very well. It is clear we need a broader social compact, a social compact that addresses issues of wages, of job security, investment, industrial stability, and dealing with inequalities in the society. Some in the debate yesterday referred to an economic indaba. We are now engaging in that indaba with business leaders. We met with them last week, with trade unions talking about the challenges that they face with retaining jobs and investment in the industry. The challenge to business and labor is to achieve growth through actions at the workplaces that address real issues, real challenges we face. They involve some tough issues that we must talk about frankly. How to combine rising wages with better economic performance. Trade-offs between wage levels and job security for companies and industries in distress so that we save jobs. Real action on skills development so we prepare workers for a more competitive environment. Unlocking private sector investment so that money moves from bank accounts to real economic activities. Partnerships to build dynamic companies that produce quality goods and services at competitive prices and ensure equitable sharing of the wealth created. This, honourable members, include reopening the conversation on executive pay in the private and in the public sectors. And finally, reducing workplace conflict and the need to resort to strikes or lockouts through a more cooperative environment in which we see we've got to create wealth, we've got to create jobs, we've got to share that wealth equitably. Government, too, will need to act decisively against corruption. Corruption that diverts resources and also skews decision-making. For state-owned companies, we need to strengthen governance, restore their balance sheets, and enhance operational management. We will act against public entities who do not pay small suppliers on time and deepen our partnerships with the private sector and with labour. State capacity will need to be sharpened with trained, qualified staff in key positions. Cabinet has agreed that the PICC develop a dashboard of projects to be speeded up with reports to Cabinet every 6 weeks. To address perceptions of waste in the public sector, we need to introduce new measures, reprioritize spending, direct resources to growth and job-enhancing action, and ensure that the cost of adjustment does not fall either on the poor or through cutting infrastructure investment. In conclusion, honourable members and fellow South Africans, these are difficult times, yet much has been achieved. With partnerships, we can do more. Indeed, we must do more if we are to turn the economy around. We have many centres of excellence in the private sector. Examples of strategic thinking by labour and business leaders, a caring government and a resilient people. We need to be bold, rebuild social cohesion, and address issues of public confidence. We need to focus relentlessly on our key areas: infrastructure, industrialization, innovation, investment, inclusion, and integration. We are ready with fresh ideas based on our experience, on the strong, positive lessons from our successes, as well as from where we made mistakes. We have concrete plans, and above all, in order to stimulate growth, job creation, and reduction in inequalities, we're ready to act. We call on South Africans to join us, to partner with your government, to create jobs, to strengthen the economy, to improve lives. I thank you.
The Honourable Mainir.
Speaker, on the 9th of December 2015, President Jacob Zuma pressed the red button and dropped what amounted to a nuclear bomb on the economy in South Africa. The decision to fire the Minister of Finance, Nhlanhla Nene, turned an economic downturn into an economic crisis and unleashed a firestorm which destroyed investor confidence in South Africa. We are now in deep economic trouble. We are on the brink of a recession. We have spiraling inflation. We are staring at a fiscal cliff. We are facing a debt mountain, and we risk a ratings downgrade. We have 8.3 million people who do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs, and who live without dignity, without independence, and without freedom in South Africa. And so the State of the Nation address was an opportunity for the President to inspire the nation, to give hope to the nation, and to lead the nation. It was an opportunity to set out a decisive response to the economic crisis in South Africa. It was an opportunity to set out a decisive response to avoid a ratings downgrade in South Africa. It was an opportunity to give hope to the 8.3 million people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. and it was an opportunity to do so with passion, with conviction, and with urgency. We got off to a good start, a frank assessment, a turnaround plan, doing things differently. I thought, this is it. This is the moment. But then, nothing. No inspiration, no passion, no conviction, no urgency, no hope, and most important of all, no decisive response to the economic crisis in South Africa, and no decisive response to avoid a ratings downgrade in South Africa. Yes, there was a turnaround plan, but the turnaround plan did not contain any new economic policy. What the turnaround plan did contain was economic policy that had never been implemented. The Presidential Review Commission on State-Owned Enterprises was completed 3 years ago. Its findings have never been implemented, and it's hard to believe that its findings will ever be implemented. And what the turnaround plan did contain was economic policy that had been implemented but that had failed. The cost containment measures are important but are largely symbolic, targeting 25 billion rands worth of expenditure and saving a mere 2 billion rand or 0.2% of total government expenditure in 2015-16. What the turnaround plan also contains was a one-step forward, one-step backward economic policy contradictions. We want to encourage investment, but then we want to prohibit foreign land ownership, which will discourage foreign investment. And we want to phase out state-owned enterprises, but then we want a state-owned pharmaceutical company, which will crowd out private sector investment. In the end, the turnaround plan only served to illustrate that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, has very little policy space in which to maneuver ahead of the budget. That business leaders were listened to, but they were not heard. And that this government's economic policy is tied up in an economic knot which will never be undone because of the political knot inside the ANC-SACP COSATU alliance. The fact is, a ratings downgrade is now more likely this week than it was last week. But it's not too late, Mr. President. It can, as you said, be done. But then we actually have to do things differently. And if we are going to do things differently, Mr. President, I would suggest that you consider announcing the following in your reply tomorrow in the State of the Nation debate. And I quote, "Honourable members, I have listened carefully to this debate and understand that we need decisive action to deal with the economic crisis in South Africa. I have therefore decided to amend the turnaround plan based on your inputs as follows. First, to ensure there is no policy uncertainty on the economy, I have decided to appoint the Minister of Finance to head the economic cluster in Cabinet, to take full responsibility for the development of economic policy, to conduct impact assessments of all executive legislation relating to the economy, and to take full responsibility for the implementation of the economic policy outlined in the National Development Plan. Second, to boost economic growth and jobs, I have instructed the Minister of Labour to immediately table amendments to labour legislation to ensure collective bargaining agreements reached between big business and big unions are not imposed on small business, to enforce secret balloting before calling a strike, and to exempt small businesses from complying with onerous labour legislation to encourage them to employ more workers. And I've instructed the Minister of Finance to implement a real youth wage subsidy to help young people find jobs and gain
Honourable
experience.
members, allow Honourable Meni.
Third, to raise revenue, I have instructed the Finance Minister to dispose of non-strategic state assets, including government stake in Telkom, which would raise an estimated 11 billion rand. And I've instructed the Minister of Public Works to begin disposing of non-strategic state assets, including land and buildings, which has the potential to raise billions of rands in revenue. Fourth, to cut expenditure, I've instructed the Minister in the Presidency to begin reducing the size of the Cabinet to 15 ministries, which will save an estimated 4.7 billion rand. And I've instructed the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans to immediately terminate the acquisition of my VIP jet, which I know will save nearly 4 billion rand. I've instructed the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation to immediately begin closing all non-strategic foreign embassies, high commissions and consulates, saving a significant portion of 3.5 billion rand. I've also instructed the Minister to table a detailed quarterly report on spending for each department on non-core goods and services, including spending on travel, catering, entertainment and consultants in this Parliament. Because at the end, we know transparency is the most cost-effective method of preventing wasteful expenditure. And finally, to improve the performance of state-owned enterprises, I have instructed the Minister of Public Enterprises to immediately begin implementing a program to privatise or part privatise state-owned enterprises, beginning with the privatisation of South African Airways. In closing, given his poor performance in this debate, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Economic Development on his appointment as ambassador to China. The Department of Economic Development is consequently redundant and will be shut down immediately, saving an estimated 1.4 billion rand over the next 2 financial years. Mr. President, it can be done, but only if we actually do things differently. And we must do things differently to give hope to the 8.3 million people who do not have jobs or have given up looking for jobs, and who live without freedom and without independence and without dignity in South Africa. Because in the end, South Africa will never belong to all who live in it, as long as millions of people without jobs simply live to die in South Africa. It can be done, but only if we actually do things differently. It's up to you, Mr. President, and so over to you. I thank you.
Honourable members, as I call upon the Minister of Energy, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the gallery of the delegation from the Welsh Parliament, led by my colleague, the Speaker, Dame Rosemary Butler. Honourable members, you are welcome to our Parliament and to South Africa. Proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Zuma, Honourable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. South Africa is in a better position today than it was in the past. Tomorrow will indeed be better than yesterday. All of this depends on the quality of our investment today. The challenge we face is to adequately respond to create a South Africa that is on a sustainable growth path for the benefit of all our citizens and not just a few. The National Development Plan, which is part of your legacy, Honourable President, which is your legacy, envisages that by 2030, South Africa will have an energy sector that promotes economic growth and development through adequate investment in energy infrastructure. Energy security is at the core of current and future industrial and technological advancement. We have to be honest and acknowledge that we have had challenges with electricity supply. However, today, it has been over 6 months since we last had load shedding. This is as a result of the interventions we have made, as well as the positive response of South Africans to use electricity sparingly. But we cannot be complacent. The situation remains very tight, and we must continue using electricity carefully. Our communities are also demanding adequate access to service, including continuous supply of electricity. We see protests in our communities almost daily, but we have been listening to their concerns and demands. We have invested time and effort, and we are now getting results. Constrained electricity supply has had a significant effect on the economy and the potential for new investment. We know that investors do not like uncertainty. We have been able to provide this certainty with our Independent Power Producer Program. The Independent Power Producer Program, Honourable President, is your legacy. It was started by you, Honourable President. The very same whose Honourable Vusi Manamani has complimented you on your legacy project, the Independent Power Producers Program. So thank him for complimenting you. Honourable members, since 2011, our turnaround plan, our new sense of urgency, our country has been offering an attractive market for both local and foreign private sector investment in renewable energy. This has resulted in South Africa being ranked consistently as one of the global leaders in renewable energy. This is a turnaround plan. We are sought after for investments in renewable energy. The day before yesterday, Honourable Deputy President, the Japanese investors were lining up not to see your beautiful smile or smell your cologne, sorry for that, but to invest in renewable energy. After your meeting, Honourable, sorry to burst your bubble, they were running after me and not after you. They want to invest. The economic policy which you have developed, Honourable President, is succeeding in the renewable energy space. This program, Honourable Member, attracted in your province more than 100 billion rand in foreign direct investment. Your Western Cape province has to thank our president for your investment in your province. South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Even the Western Cape will remain part of South Africa. Honourable members, policy certainty will bring a further 53 billion rand in only 3 projects in the foreseeable 3 months. The annual competitive bidding process, policy certainty, an effective leverage, rapid, global, technologically sound process, IPP office. Why are you so in love with this office? Because it is an ANC government-led office. The only office you happen to be in love with. It is generating investment. And you cannot simply imagine that a historically disadvantaged government can be successful in renewable energy. By the end of 2015, we had achieved several major milestones through this project. Let me take you through these milestones. We increased renewable energy capacity by 2,000 megawatts. 40 operational renewable energy plants in some of the poorest areas of our country. Areas which you have neglected. Areas which historically you have neglected. You unfortunately cannot wipe the past. Not even God can erase your past. South Africa, our solar plants, those solar plants in the Northern Cape have you to thank, Honourable President. It is your legacy. The square kilometre array has you to thank, Honourable President. It is your legacy. The new university in the Northern Cape, the Salt Plaatje University, one of first of two new universities in our democracy, is your legacy, Honourable President. The people of the Northern Cape, I'm one of them, are eternally grateful for your legacy. We are from the Northern Cape. We know that on the 10th of March, the largest solar farm in the Southern Hemisphere, Middle East and Africa will be launched in Dar. It is a success story. You are invited. It will not be opened by some fictitious dream. What is this? A dream catcher. Over the next 2 weeks, the solar farm will generate 175 megawatts of electricity. This will be on the 10th of March. Less than a week later, 14th of March, 5 billion rand investment has gone into thermal and storage solar plant, and it will also be launched in the Northern Cape at Bokpoort. Ek werk huis toe. Honourable members, you are invited to these events. Over the next 3 years, all of the 102
Honourable
renewable
Speaker.
energy projects.
Is the Minister prepared to take a question?
Are you prepared to take a question, Minister?
No.
I just wanted to make sure we don't have to pay for the invite.
She's not prepared to take a question. Proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We will offer an electricity capacity of 6 gigawatts of renewable energy, which will be solar and wind, to our grid. Will contribute around 12% of the installed baseload capacity for South Africa. All of this will be done in 8 years. Why? Because the renewable energy program has been on time, within budget, and attracted even South African banks. Your very investors that you are saying are running away, we have attracted local investors. Your friends, your partners are our partners. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, this achievement is an achievement we can all be proud of. Up until now, we are offsetting up to 20% of our emissions through this program. Again, we will invite, through small programs, we will increase investments to 255 billion in bid window 4. In the next quarter, we will announce the preferred bidders for the first tranche of the allocated 2,500 megawatts of the coal component of the Independent Power Producer Program. These first coal projects, this will be coal-fired power plants built by the private sector in partnership with the state. So why are you crying about the lack of involvement in the private sector? Now, which planet are you living on? These first coal projects are likely to be located in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga, and we are expected to be connected to the grid by 2021, 2022, on time, in budget. Because private sector will make sure that it's on time and on budget. Who told you the private sector doesn't want to invest? It is anticipated that this investment, only in coal, Honourable Deputy President, we are not thumb-sucking. We are certainly not thumb-sucking. 45 billion, that is the kind of investment you will get very conservatively in a new coal-fired power plant. 2 will be built. As we continue, your awaited gas-powered plants. We have already issued the request for information. The request for proposals will be issued on time. The gas-to-power program will be 64 billion over the next 4 to 5 years on time. The Department of Energy will launch this gas-to-power program to generate this as an opportunity for the private sector. Already, please don't call me, I'll call you on the gas. Due to the size and the complexity of the investment, the value of the program, we have decided to be very careful and have a 2-phased approach. We are planning to pre-qualify consortium bidders, so this will be honest, open, transparent, everything you like, all those words, including cost-effective and affordable. Don't worry, electricity planning will emphasize the importance of an appropriate and efficient energy mix. Now for this, you have all come to listen what I have to say about nuclear. We have to do nuclear because we do not have sufficient fresh water. Now there's a brilliant young man, James Brandstein. He writes a book. Read it. I don't agree with everything he says, but he absolutely correctly quotes that Koeberg uses 22 billion liters of seawater. Koeberg does not use fresh water and recycles water. 22 billion liters of seawater. Nuclear energy also contributes to desalination. We're going to need it. Now, Honourable President, Medupi Power Station will use 17 billion liters of fresh water a year. 17 billion liters of water, which we'll all be looking for, because this drought is not going to stop tomorrow. We are going to need fresh water. Now, our future generations will be without water. We will threaten food security. Unfortunately, renewable energy will never give us the base load that we require for industrialization and to grow jobs. So if you want the jobs, which you say we are not growing, watch this space. You are going to need base load. Now, wonderful. The best nuclear energy plant running in the world happens to be in the Western Cape. Now, if we close down Koeberg Power Station, more than 80% of Cape Town will be dark. I'll consider doing it for just one day. Cape Town will be dark. Very, very dark. We will continue building on the success story of Koeberg, because Koeberg has of the best nuclear physicists and scientists. Thank you to the Honourable Member, Minister of Science and Technology. Now your legacy, Honourable President, ministers, women in the economic sector, significant portfolios. For the first time, we don't have women being the minister of this little Smolanyana planet and that little Smolanyana planet. Women are running the energy sector. Women are in your cabinet. Now, to surprise you, this is your legacy. Now, to surprise you even further, in the Western Cape, there's a huge difference between the Western Cape and the Northern Cape. In the Northern Cape, the so-called coloureds will talk about you from your head to your toe. And when we get to your middle, we'll be below the belt. So you don't want to get me there. But the good thing about the so-called coloured people in the Northern Cape is that they know They are not brain mense. Now, Honorable Mayamani, how many of the people from Mitchell's Plain are in your advisory council or in your shadow cabinet? How many people from Kailicha are in your shadow cabinet? We will increase our concentration on growing. No, I'm asking about your honorable cabinet. We will not descend into gutter politics. In the 80s, we called this gutter politics. But where were you? Waar was jy? Now, gutter politics, we were told, I went to what you call the Bush College. I come from colored affairs. That's not racist. It's a past. Not even God can remove that past. If I cannot go and pretend that I come from Gauteng, I come from Floors. That's where I come from. I attended a Bush College, but we were told that just because you came from an impoverished background, it doesn't mean and it doesn't mean that your thoughts had to be impoverished. That's what we were taught. Now, I brought school learners and I bring them regularly to this esteemed house. Honorable Member Malema, I wish he was here. I hope you tell him. He's a very, very popular person. These learners all want to know where he sits. They want to take pictures with him. They love him. And I try to understand. Every time this group of school children come here, now 6-year-old, these others wanted, when they took a picture, they shouted, Julius! I thought they liked his overall. No. You know what? This one 6-year-old learner told me that this is a hooligan who manages to be called honorable. Now, if you go to this is a 6-year-old learner. Please, honorable members, this is not my words, hey? 6-year-old. All right. He says, this learner says, if you behave like that, you go to the school principal. He takes you home and he beats you well. And if you dare tell your parent, that school principal will beat your parent too. Then, if you behave like that at home, even your mother will beat you. You will never be allowed to behave like that. Now, this 6-year-old tells me that, this one we would call a juvenile delinquent. He is very popular. Now, at school, you all teachers, you have been at school. This naughty boy attracts others. You call them wannabes, eh? Now, in Northern Cape, you know what we call a juvenile delinquent? Someone who moved from ignorance to decadence without passing through civilization. You have missed a phase in your life without passing through civilization. Other copycats, honorable members, copycats, don't be drawn in by a juvenile delinquent. Don't compete with a juvenile delinquent. Please, we call you copycats, man. When you are a copycat, leave the juvenile delinquent. The copycat becomes like that drunk uncle that attends family gatherings. Now, in the Northern Cape, we'll say, this drunk uncle drank his cheap wine, Nap Shushu, Sali Ali, Namakwa Daisy. And when he gets to your party, he tells you that your wine is not good enough. Now, how do you have the temerity to tell this honorable president that his wine is not good enough? You are drunk. You are the uncle at the family gatherings who has already had your Sali Ali. Do not, in conclusion, when a cow, honorable president, I don't know where's those cows I gave you, because they said I paid 400 million for cows for you. I'm still waiting to see where they are. When a cow gives birth to a fire, that cow will lick that fire. You know why? When a mother gives birth to a fire, she will lick that fire because she gave birth to that fire. When a fire burns, it rains and the earth gets wet. Fire burns, but when it rains, the earth gets wet. Now, Honorable Malema, you gave birth to a fire yesterday. You will not be able to stop this fire. Honorable Malema, do not teach your mother how to bear children. You can never be a mother, so you will never stop the fire. You will never be a mother. You will never be a mother. So, you will never be able to give birth to anything. Honorable Mayamani, do not join a young man who will be angry for the rest of his life because of a mother body. The mother body will continue long after Julius Malema.
Honorable Mulder.
Madam Speaker, in Northern Ireland, the saying goes that a bridge and a traitor have one thing in common. They both go over to the other side. We saw something of those emotions yesterday in these debates. In Northern Ireland, they killed each other over religious differences. In Belgium, language differences led to conflict. In Eritrea, ethnic differences led to a 30-year civil war. In the French Revolution, it was the rich against the poor. America frequently has race riots. Malaysia and Singapore have special measures to prevent racial tensions between Malaysia, Chinese, and Indians. In the above-mentioned countries, one difference between groups was enough for conflict. South Africa has all these differences in one country: religious differences, language, ethnic, wealth, racial differences, and many more. History teaches that one spark can set off a huge fire in dry grass. In our history, a lot of blood flowed in clashes between white and black, white and white, and between black and black. Currently, the sparks of racism are being thrown into dry grass everywhere. The problem is that the majority of these comments generalize. Lefic example: all white people are racist, or all black people are criminals or corrupt. A generalization is always wrong, because all people are not the same. So when the ANC Legotla says in a recent statement, the black majority believes that their attempts at nation building are rejected by the white minority, it is a dangerous generalization that incites and divides people into camps. When the President says all the problems of this country started with Van Riebeeck, it's a racist oversimplification of our complicated history and a generalization. The same goes for saying all land was stolen. History is just not that simple. Go and read that. What does the FF Plus say? Racism is a very serious issue that must be condemned unconditionally. Racism from the side of white people or black people carries the germ that could destroy South Africa and all human relations. Similarly, generalizing is always a mistake. But leaders must set the example. Leaders from all sides. Leaders determine the tone of such debates. Therefore, I want to repeat it in Afrikaans. Racisme is 'n baie ernstige saak wat veroordeel moet word. Racisme van swart kant of van wit kant dra die kiem om Suid-Afrika en alle verhoudinge te vernietig. Net so gevaarlik is veralgemening altyd 'n fout. What does this lead to? In Stellenbosch, there was a student party with the theme Space and Stars. 2 female students decided to depict aliens. They painted their faces purple with glitter dusted over their bodies. This led to a racial outburst on social media. The students were suspended and bullied for a week by the authorities. Racism was the charge. How absurd. Sir, I brought with me a photo in the dining hall of the University of Cape Town. On his T-shirt is written, "Kill all whites." It's apparently not racism, it's just freedom of speech. Sir, we've totally lost the plot. Purple faces are racism and kill all whites is debating. This man wants to kill Derek Hanekom just because he's white. Sir, Gabothoni Rampa is a 21-year-old student from Badidi in Northwest. He obtained 10 distinctions in his first year. He cannot get any bursaries to continue with his studies. When Chris Johnson, a businessman from Vereniging, heard of this, he donated 150,000 rand to allow Rampa and 2 other students to continue with their studies. Sir, Johnson is white and he does not throw Rampa at all. Now, sir, this is South Africa. Now, kill all whites means that this businessman must also be killed. How crazy and how dangerous are we playing these games? Sir, we see extremists in this house also. Don't see them now. President Kennedy said, and I want to quote him, he said, what is objectionable about extremists is not that they are extreme, but that they are intolerant. Race relations in South Africa are worse now than at any time since 1994. In a speech in this House, President Mandela said that the success of the 1994 negotiations has been that there are good men and women to be found in all groups. And if they can jointly come together, and we can realize and get to the common good. Is this still possible, sir? In South Africa, I believe that it's time that political leaders from all groups, but also business leaders in South Africa must come together in a government of national unity to get South Africa through this crisis. Remember, when the South African ship sinks as a result of racism or economic implosion, we all sink together. I thank you.
Achtbare Speaker, 'n punt van orde.
What's the point of order, Honorable Groenewald?
Achtbare Speaker, toe die achtbare Dr. Mulder verwys het na die slagspreuk van Kill All Whites, toe was hier 'n aantal ANC parlementslede aan my linkerkant wat bevestigend het gesê het, ja, if they have the guts, they should stand up and withdraw. Because it's unacceptable that I sit in this parliament and must hear that all whites must be killed. I ask your ruling and that they stand up.
Who is the honourable member?
I can't name them, but if they have the guts, let them stand up and say, I said it, and let them withdraw that.
Thank you, Honourable Groenewald. Honourable, can I see if there's anyone who can own up to that issue? Thank you, Honourable Groenewald, for pointing it out to us. We can only follow it up later because nobody is owning up to it.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. But it just shows you people saying that are a lot of cowards. That's what they are.
Honourable Zikalala.
Honourable Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans who are following the proceeding, on behalf of the majority of people of KwaZulu-Natal, we rise to convey their message of hope and confidence that notwithstanding turbulent economic challenges facing our country, the government under your leadership, Mr. President, remain the only government with capacity, experience, and determination to better their life. The State of the Nation's address, delivered by His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, was not only frank about the objective challenges that we face, but it also gave solution to the guarantee, as a guarantee of a brighter future. The people of KwaZulu-Natal have mandated us to communicate a clear message that they will refuse to allow our beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal to be a nest of racism, as advocated by the DA racist in a form of Miss Penny Sparrow and Miss Diane Collar-Barnard, who, by unfortunate accident of history, both come from our province.
Point of order.
The people of KwaZulu-Natal are committed.
Order, Honorable Zikalala, can you take your seat? What's the point of order, Honorable Steenhuisen?
Madam Speaker, I'm surprised I would have to tell you, but you know, Madam Speaker, that it's improper to impute that a member of this House is a racist. I'll ask that Mr. Zikalala withdraws that statement.
Did he name a specific member? Honorable
He named a
Zikalala.
specific member of Parliament.
Honorable Zikalala, indeed you have to withdraw referring to an honorable member as a racist.
Thank you. That is done, withdrawn.
Thank you very
The
much.
people of KwaZulu-Natal are committed to stand side by side to defeat the demon of racism and all its proponents. Honorable President, the people of KwaZulu-Natal have sent us to convey that they are not and they will never be confused by the DA's tired strategy of renting black faces to mask its racist character. They are clear in their mind that the DA is nothing else but an epicenter and a fertile ground of racism. They say the DA, as a true dissident of the apartheid colonial system, has continuously proved itself as a shield of white monopoly capital determined to reverse the gains of democracy. Our people has also noted with greatest shock continued disruptions that are becoming a permanent feature of this parliament. We are confident that those who voted the Red Ants anarchists into parliament are taking full responsibility of their action and are committing themselves to correct it in the next elections. These anarchists masquerade as revolutionaries, yet they are nothing else but lumpen proletarians who pretend to be representing the interest of the poor, while in essence they serve their selfish and narrow agendas. These lumpens that have degraded our hard-won democracy should not defocus us from delivering on the mandate overwhelmingly bestowed to us by the people. As they personalize the debate and thriving on insult, all self-respecting and thinking people should rise above and cast their attention and energies to bettering the life of our people. The simple message to Malume Terali Kota: the less is said about him, the better, for they believe it is immoral and inhumane to disturb the dead. No amount of grandstanding will ever save cope from inevitable natural demise. Madam Speaker, we fully agree with the President that many of our SOEs are performing well, and all those with clear judgment can bear testimony. SANRAL in KwaZulu-Natal continues to build state-of-the-art roads, which are an anchor of our economy. Consistently, modernizing and well-maintained transport infrastructure is critical to driving socio-economic development of our province. It reduces the cost of doing business while enabling seamless movement of goods and services. We pride ourselves with SANRAL infrastructure projects such as N2 corridor upgrade involving Umgeni and Kwamashu interchange, the Mount Ashcombe interchange, which addresses the traffic backlog on the N4, on the M14, and the N2, which in fact is helpful in addressing the traffic, especially during the peak hours. We must reject the call for privatization of SOEs as advanced by the DA leader Honorable Maimane. Today we proud ourselves with areas like Danahausa municipality where the electricity coverage has reached 100%. Surely, many people who have access to electricity today would have not enjoyed such benefit if Eskom was in private hands. The call to privatize is informed by nothing else but a desire to give space for monopoly capital to maximize profit at the expense of workers. We all know that the state provides more protection to workers than the private capital, which always results to retrenchment whenever the profit margins are threatened. Madam Speaker, education remains an anchor of any prosperous society. This assertion was articulated by Comrade Walter Sisulu when he said, proper education is a mirror in which man sees the world around him and learns to understand it. The right kind of education enables the man to see the world what it is and how it can change to suit him or his way of living. We remain concerned about the decline in the matric result in our province. However, we have no reason to despair. The narrative advanced by the opposition party only serves their narrow interest as opposed to the national interest. Our government in the province has identified factors that has led to the decline and has committed itself to addressing those factors without delay. The first step toward this has been the education indaba, which was convened to distill ways and means to address both objective and subjective challenges within our education system. Notwithstanding the decline in the matric pass rate, in 2015, KZN had the largest number of learners sitting for the matric exams at 162,000, and of 98,761 who passed, 34,761 obtained bachelor pass, the highest compared to all provinces. The number of students who are at school in KwaZulu-Natal has increased drastically, whilst at the same time we've ensured that they are not dropped out. KwaZulu-Natal has over 2.8 million learners at school today. To us, the call for opening the doors of learning and culture is not just a visionary dream in the horizon, but is the goal we are attaining. Madam Speaker, in the 2015 state of the address delivered by the President, he announced the revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chain. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has moved with speed in putting this call to practice. Our province is, by and large, a rural province with great potential to prosper in agriculture. 10 out of 11 districts have established task team charged with the responsibility of rolling out the program of Agri-Village. This team consists of Department of Agriculture, Economic Development, COGTA, and Land and Reform, as well as municipalities. This team, working with farmers and other community stakeholders, are hard at work in identifying sites for agri-parks in each district. They've also developed strategies to ensure the development of agri-parks. Key among the pillars of those strategies is the promotion of skills and support to small farmers, enabling producer ownership of the majority of agri-parks with an equity of 70% owned by the state and commercial farmers owning the 30%. Lastly, the revitalizing underutilized land, especially in communal areas, and land reform farm into full production and expand irrigated agriculture. For this, each district has identified its potential commodities to be prioritized in agro production. Honorable members, the value of growing the ocean economy was underscored during the Rio +20 UN conference in June 2012. The renewed focus on this industry by our government, led by Honorable President, should be welcome. And we need to spend no effort in realizing its potential. The province of KwaZulu-Natal is well endowed with maritime and marine resources. It has two of the busiest ports in Africa and Southern Africa. The maritime industry in KwaZulu-Natal includes sectors such as freight and logistics, auxiliary maritime support services, tourism and leisure, marine energy, fishing and aquaculture. To this end, and as part of exploiting this potential, the province has converted the Sharks Board into a maritime institute. And KZN integrated maritime strategy is now in place to leverage the ocean's economy for the growth and development. Ugu and Utungulu districts, which are coastal districts, have developed their strategies to take full potential of these, of seas adjacent to them. Our provincial government is exploring modalities of deliberately skilling young people to venture into this sector, and this includes partnering with other countries who offer maritime training. Madam Speaker, our belief that in spite of all challenges, South Africa has a good story to tell is supported by hard facts. We got no doubt that the majority of the people can bear testimony to this, and we will continue to work with the ANC government to move South Africa forward. I thank you.
Okay. On what point were you rising on, Honorable Stenison?
I'm rising on Rule 14F of the Joint Rules. I'd like to understand, this is the response to the President's State of the Nation address. I'm unsure why the Speaker is delivering the State of the Province address, especially since he's not the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Order, honourable members. That's not a point of order, and I'm not going to sustain that point. Because in whatever way, the state of the nation would obviously reflect on what is happening in provinces.
Chairperson, NCOP represents provinces.
I'm not taking that as a point of order. Honourable Lekota, can you continue the debate?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Can we allow the member to participate in the debate? Honourable Lekota.
Chairperson, our country finds itself deep in a constitutional and economic crisis. The constitutional crisis arises from the fact that the office of the President of our country is occupied by someone who broke his oath of office almost 2 years ago already. Therefore, that oath lapsed 2 years ago. Secondly, our executive authority has been coerced.
Honourable members, let's not drown the Speaker.
Has been coerced and led
Order, honourable members. Honourable Lekota, can you just pause? Order, honourable members. Here's a member who has got the right to participate in the debate. May we allow him to continue with the debate? Order, honourable members. Order. Honourable member, can you continue with the debate?
Our executive authority has been coerced and led into supporting the occupant of the office of the President to support him in his refusal to comply with Section 182, subsection 1C.
Point of order. Point of order.
On a point of order? Honourable Lekota, can you take a seat?
Sorry to interrupt you, Honourable Lekota. You've made a ruling about not drowning the Speaker. I find it ironic that yesterday the ANC put out a statement bemoaning juvenile behaviour in the House. Yet this booing is the most juvenile behaviour I've seen in the House today. Please, Chair, get control of the House.
Honourable members, I'm not going to sustain that as a point of order. And I just want to reiterate again. Can we allow the Speaker to participate in the debate? Honourable Lekota, can you continue with the debate, please? Honourable Lekota, can you continue with the debate?
Chair, it's very difficult to speak because your House is not allowing me to speak. No, this time can't be run when I'm not allowed to speak.
Honourable Lekota, I've made a ruling on the matter. Can you continue with the debate? And honourable members, may I just make the point? You know, it becomes very difficult even as presiding officers to listen to what the Speaker is saying. If I were, for instance, to make a ruling on any matter that the member would have said, it would be difficult for me to have heard what he said. So can we just allow the member, you'll have an opportunity to respond to what he's saying. Can you continue with the debate, honourable member?
Our executive authority has been coerced and led into supporting the occupant of the office of the President to support him in his refusal to comply with Section 182, subsection C of the Constitution. That is to implement the remedial action of the Public Protector. That is with regard to the executive. But the legislature of this House, contrary to the anticipation of the authors of our Constitution, have been divided into two parts or factions. One faction consisting of two or three parties collaborating with the presiding officers, and another smaller faction strenuously trying to hold the executive to account. In this circumstance... Order.
Can I take the point of order? Honourable Lekota, can you take a seat?
Honourable Deputy Chair, I'm trying to check whether is this parliamentary for Honourable Malume Lekota or calling us factions in Parliament. I think we're members of Parliament, we're not factions here. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Can I take the point that we don't have factions in Parliament? And therefore, honourable member, can you refrain from using words that are divisive in the House? Honourable members.
No.
What would be the point?
Point of order. The point of order, Chair, is that you are suppressing the Honourable Lekota's right to freedom of speech. There's nothing unparliamentary about the word fraction. And if you are ruling that that is unparliamentary...
Honourable
no, this happens every time you're in the House. Every time you're in the chair, this House degenerates.
I've heard what you're saying.
You've got no control of this House, none whatsoever.
Honourable Steenhuisen, I've heard what you're saying. And the insinuations that you're making, and I'm taking them very serious, because upon conclusion, honourable members, I said, may the member refrain from using any words that may cause confusion and uncertainty in whatever way.
You are talking complete rubbish now, and you are making this House a joke. You are turning this House into a joke.
Honourable member.
You're not fit to sit in that chair.
Honourable member.
How dare you infringe on his right? How dare you infringe on his right to freedom of speech?
Honourable member, can I address that issue? Can I address that issue, and I will address it in the following way. Honourable member, Steenhuisen, can you withdraw from using that word towards me? Can you withdraw from that?
What must I withdraw?
That I'm talking rubbish.
It's right. You're saying rubbish is unparliamentary now as well.
Honourable members.
Are you ruling that the word rubbish is unparliamentary?
Honourable member Steenhuisen, do you want to intervene, honourable member?
No, I think it's important that I do that. Because we sat here earlier on today and allowed members from the other side calling a whole political party racist. You didn't intervene. Now, there's a whole section
Ndadelukota is correct at calling a member a faction. It's well within his right.
Honorable
you cannot
member.
invent rulings.
Honorable
you can't
member.
invent rulings. I ask
Honorable
you
member.
to please allow Ndadelukota to proceed. We simply are not going to sit here and take biased rulings.
Honorable
please
member.
ask Ndadelukota to proceed. Please.
Honorable
Please.
member, I will insist on honorable, and I would really request Honorable Steenhuisen to withdraw the word saying that I'm talking rubbish. Honorable Steenhuisen, can you withdraw the word that I'm talking rubbish?
What rule is that word on the basis?
Honorable member, I find it quite insulting for me to be told that I'm talking rubbish.
It's not true.
Can you withdraw that, Honorable Member Steenhuisen?
I won't withdraw it because you are talking rubbish.
This is because I'm irritated now. Honorable Steenhuisen, I'm asking you again, can you withdraw the word rubbish?
House Chair, I will not withdraw the word rubbish because you are talking rubbish.
Then you would leave me with no option than to ask you to leave the House.
I'm happy to leave the House. It'll
Yes.
save me having to listen to your rubbish.
May you please leave the House? Honorable Lekota, can you continue with the debate?
Chairperson.
Can you allow Honorable Lekota to continue the debate? Honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, the Democratic Party, Democratic Alliance. Can you allow Honorable Lekota to continue with the debate?
Can I take a point of order, please?
What will be the point of order, Honorable?
I want to understand from henceforth on what basis did you allow Honorable Steenhuisen to come out? Many comments have been made in this House. There's been no such ruling. Can I ask that you be recused from the chair? Please, can we request that?
Honorable members.
You can be recused from the chair, please.
Honorable members.
We can't operate on this basis.
Honorable Maimane.
We cannot have biased rulings. We can't.
Honorable Maimane.
No, we can't.
May we allow... Honorable members, you won't allow me now. Can I make a ruling on this behavior, honorable members?
Honorable Chair, chuck out this bloom pants, man.
Can I ask, if you are not going to allow Honorable Lekota to continue with the debate, I'll have no option, honorable members.
Chuck them out, please.
The DA,
please,
to leave the House.
Get out.
Honorable members, I'm now ordering you to leave the House. May you please leave the House. You are disruptive. Honorable members, can I ask,
on what basis?
Can I ask the honorable members of the Democratic Alliance, because of a disorderly behavior, to leave the House?
On what basis?
If you so refuse, may I therefore request...
Speaker.
Honorable Chairperson.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order.
No.
On a point of order, Chair.
No. Can I raise a way forward?
Honorable members.
Please, can I engage you?
We're not. No way forward here, man.
Honorable members.
No way forward here.
Speaker.
On a point of order.
Can I request that we have an engagement?
I am advised to request the whips to convene and to try and resolve this matter.
Can I request that we do that? Yeah.
Because
Chairperson, on a point of order, please.
Can I ask you to do that? Can we adjourn? Can we adjourn for a few minutes?
No, we are not adjourning. No.
You will sit here. No, we're not going.
Order.
We are not going.
On the point of order, Chair.
We are not going to be told by you, and we must withdraw here, man. We are not going to be told by you here, man.
Honorable members,
I feel sad, man.
How? Can I therefore?
Honourable Chairperson.
Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Deputy House Chair. Honorable
Chairperson.
I've recognized the Chief Whip from the Majority Party.
But I've been standing before him. I've been looking for recognition before him.
Can I recognize him and I'll come back to you? Honorable Deputy Chair, before the whips convene an urgent meeting to discuss the behavior of the DA, Can I listen to the Chief Whip? The real culprit behind the behavior of the DA is the leader of the DA. Is Honorable Maimane, who questioned your ruling, fully aware that there are procedures in this House that guides everybody prejudiced by the ruling of the House must go through that process. And he didn't do that. He agitated all of them to behave like they did. And therefore, he is the first to must be asked to leave the House. Can I recognize you, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, you are being inconsistent with your rulings. Last week, the Honorable President Jacob Zuma said the DA is better, and you did not say anything. Now, Umtutuz Manana is saying futek to the members, and we are saying nothing. Why don't you remove them as well?
No, I didn't hear that. You see, honorable members, that's exactly what I raised earlier on, to say that the extent to which we are being disruptive, it makes the life of a presiding officer difficult insofar as listening to what other people are saying. There is a proposal on the table, and I've also been advised that the whips of political parties to meet and have a discussion on this particular issue. Do you agree with that proposal?
No. On a point of order.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me recognize you first, honorable member.
Okay. Thank you. Honourable Chairperson, I really have a bit of a problem with your rulings as well. Earlier today in the House, we heard Minister Zuma Peterson saying that the members of the EFF was delinquent juveniles. No one said a word. When Honourable Zekalala carried on about lupins, there was nothing said. We talk about a faction. We're not attacking any individual. It is not a point of order.
Honourable members, there is a proposal on the table. Are we agreed to that proposal? That the whippery must meet and sort out this kind of issues?
House Chair. Deputy House
Honourable Chairperson, that is our member on the floor. Okay, there's no problem with meeting with a whippery, but then the House must be adjourned for 10 minutes or whatever the case is, because my member's time must be reset.
No. Maybe you might be able to assist me, Honourable Member. And then I'll recognize you.
Honourable Mtlegas, let me rather put it this way. I don't understand why you must be involved in this. The first thing is that it was a political statement that was made by Ideological that there was nothing unparliamentary about it in the first place. We've made such statements in the House all the time. Even the Honourable Minister that spoke before Ideological did exactly the same thing, and she wasn't asked to withdraw anything. She was not reflecting on the behavior or on an individual member. Why was she asked to withdraw? The second issue. No, Tata, the second issue is that you had a few members of the Democratic Alliance that were chanting. You couldn't identify them. Now you're asking the entire caucus to move out, which is wrong. Now you are saying because you have told the entire caucus to leave the House, now you're saying you must go out and to talk about it. Talk what? In the past, where a ruling had been made where you are telling members of the House to leave the House, members of the House would leave the House, would not be involved. We would be applying double standards. Remember, when we tell the EFF to leave the House, there are no meetings.
Okay. Honorable members, may I assist this process?
Chairperson.
Let me take you as the last, and then I.
Yes, Chairperson, but there's an error that you must admit on your ruling. You can't say to all members they must leave the House. You need to point to one member.
The point has been made. Honorable members, let me remind the House again. Let me just remind the House again. There is an issue and a statement that was made by Honorable Lekota. And in my ruling, I therefore encouraged all members not to engage in words that might find ourselves interpreting. No. And then Honorable Steenhuisen rose on a point of order and referred to me to have spoken rubbish. And I requested, I just want for us to remind each other once more. And I requested Honorable Steenhuisen to withdraw the usage of the word that I'm talking rubbish. And he refused to do that. And I requested Honorable Steenhuisen to therefore leave the House. And there was an en masse response by the Democratic Alliance on that particular matter, to a point where even a serious insinuation was then made to the fact that I am not consistent. On the basis of that, I then put the question to the Democratic Alliance that, is this a collective response? I put the question. No. I put the question to an extent that there was a collective response in which members of the Democratic Alliance stood on their feet. It is on those bases that I then said I will be left with no option but to request the Democratic Alliance to then leave the House.
House Chair. House Chair.
May I take you as the last, and then we proceed with the business of the House.
House Chair, may I address you, sir?
Yes.
The Honourable Lekota was entirely within the rights to use the word faction. It is not unparliamentary. The Honourable Steenhuisen was within his rights to use the word rubbish. Any ruling other than that is a violation of freedom of speech, which is enshrined in our Constitution. And I would therefore ask you to withdraw that ruling, that you have to withdraw the ruling that faction is unparliamentary, and you would have to withdraw the ruling that rubbish is unparliamentary.
Honourable members, I will once more remind ourselves and assert our ability and our right to freedom of speech. And I would once more encourage ourselves as members to be careful of the kind of words that we use in the House. And I still maintain that I take strong exception over the fact that I'm told that I was talking rubbish. I take strong exception to that, and therefore, as a ruling on the matter, I would not withdraw, and I wish to allow the Honourable Lekota to continue with the debate. Honourable Lekota, can you continue with the debate?
Honourable Chairperson, am I Am I to
Chairperson.
Am I to understand that I am no
Chairperson,
I thought I made a ruling on the matter.
but I brought to you that Deputy Minister Mtutu's insulted members. So you need to make a ruling on that one.
Honorable members, my ruling on the kind of words that we use in the House stands to say, because it is very difficult. I didn't hear that.
He shouted, and I told you. Mtutu's Manan.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson.
Is it true that you used the word that you are accused to having used? And if so, may you please just withdraw that word?
I couldn't have, Chair. I couldn't have said such. But you can check the Hansard.
Okay, fine.
Honourable Chair, please check the Hansard because I saw him and the microphone was on.
Honourable, no. It's okay. We'll check Hansard and then we'll come back on the usage of that word. Honourable Lekota, can you continue?
Our executive authority has been coerced and led into supporting the occupant of the office of President in his refusal to comply with Section 182 of the Constitution, that is to say, to implement the remedial action of the Public Protector. We, the legislature, have been divided into two parts or factions. One faction consisting of 2 or 3 parties collaborating with the presiding officers, and another smaller faction strenuously trying to hold the executive to account. What's wrong with the word faction there? In this circumstance, this legislature, through force of the majority faction, voted to support the individual in the office of President, to undermine the Constitution, to comply with the powers of the Public Protector. We, the legislature, are now held ransom by presiding officers who believe that their function is to shield the executive from our efforts to hold it to account. Now, this issue of holding the executive to account is an original power of the legislature. It is in the Constitution that once we are in the legislature and not in the cabinet, our duty is to hold the executive to account. The presiding officers are there to protect our right to hold the executive to account. And I must say this, once the executive has been identified, all of us members of the legislature, members of the ruling party and the opposition, we are expected to compose the legislature. All of us collectively are expected to hold the executive to account, not to protect it. It must explain itself. It must explain its actions. It must account to the people by answering to us the questions we raise.
Honorable Lekota,
so we ask for no favor.
The time has expired.
No, honestly, no. It can't be. It can't be. It cannot be. It cannot possibly be.
Was it too
It never can be. I still have 2 minutes. I've been sitting here with 17 minutes left. And you tell me I'm finished. I have to say this. If there are people who are keeping time and they are acting like criminals, I was left here with 2 minutes. Nobody can say I've been talking with 2 minutes. This thing has jumped from 2 minutes, 17 seconds. And suddenly it's on no time. I'm not doing this.
Honorable Lekota, your time has expired.
No, I'm not doing this. There is 2 minutes and 17. We're here.
Your time has expired.
They're here.
Your time has expired, sir.
started talking at 15:33 and then it finished at 15:38.
Honorable Julius.
Honorable
Chairperson.
Deputy Chairperson, on a point of order. Honorable Deputy, on a point of order.
Yes, can I take the point of order?
Honorable Chair, the fracas that we've just had earlier on arose of a ruling that you made, Honorable Khatebe, speaking about the word faction. After you'd made the ruling, Honorable Lekota in his speech continued using the word. I put it to you, Chair, you need to clarify us. What is the status of your ruling? Because as it stands now, on one hand, it's unparliamentary. On the other hand, you've allowed it to continue. And you put us in a difficulty which we don't know who's not watching the zoo. What is the status of your ruling?
Honorable members, the first ruling stands. And if by any chance, I will then have to consult Hansard and then advice from there. Can you continue, Honorable Member?
On a point of order, Mhlegas. I'll be very quick, sir. You see, my other concern, Mhlegas 9, is that you made a ruling around the issue that has to do with the Democratic Alliance, whether or not they should leave the House, right? And then after that, you did not clarify as to what was the final position on the matter. The reason why I'm raising this thing is that there are South Africans watching out there. We don't want our people to think that we have rules for the economic freedom fighters and rules for the Democratic Alliance. I am not saying here that the Democratic Alliance should be chucked out of the House, but you need to tell us as to what final decision you've taken. It's important.
Now, honorable members would remember that the final decision, in actual fact, did not say the Democratic Alliance must leave the House. I had said, no. I had said the behavior of the Democratic Alliance will leave me with no option but to request them to leave the House, and therefore requested them to refrain from that kind of a behavior, and for which they sat down under the leadership of their own leader, Honorable Maiman. That is why I did not make that ruling. Can you continue the debate, Honorable Julius?
Chairperson, may I address you? On that matter of saying the DA must leave the chamber, can you please look at the Hansard and come back with the ruling? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I need to remind you that sometimes biased behavior can put you in a corner. Mr. President, Deputy President, honorable members and fellow South Africans. In die boekkringe in 'n bos, geskryf deur Dalien Matthee, het ek 'n interessante lesing gekry. In die storie het mense vir jare geglo dat 'n blou bokkie anders is as gewone bokkies. Hulle het geglo die blou bokkie se gal sit in sy kop. Die hoofkarakter Saul het toe eendag 'n blou bokkie geslag en gevind dat die blou bokkie se gal glad nie in sy kop sit nie, maar op die gewone plek, net soos ander bokkies. Nou dit was die oomblik toe Saul agtergekom het dat of die groot mense het opsetlik vir hom gelieg of hulle het die lieg geglo. This reminded me of the ANC and the insidious corruption and patronage which has crept into the organization. Ek wil dus Dalien Matthee se hoofkarakter parafraseer, of die ANC lieg opsetlik of hulle glo self die lieg. Either you deliberately lied or you believe the lies yourself. Honorable Chairperson, the President failed to inspire in his speech. You know, the President missed an opportunity to challenge provincial and local government to also introduce cost-cutting measures during the State of Province and Town addresses. In the Free State Provincial Address, Premier Ace Magashule didn't even mention cost-cutting measures once. And I challenge you, provinces, town councils, municipalities, please introduce it. Mr. President, the Gauteng province has the biggest GDP in the country.
How are you planning to turn around the economy when you and the Premier of Gauteng have a dysfunctional relationship in the ANC? Talk about factions. You don't have factions, in fact you have fractions, small fractions. Honorable Popeye, Olaf Popeye, Tina Jumat Peterson, ons weet nou wat drink jy weekends, die cheap wyn, maar ek wil vir jou sê, jy sal nie weer Noord-Kaapse stemme haal nie. Jy kom ons mense te na hierso, jy kry nie weer hy stemme nie. Mr. President, while we welcome cost-cutting measures you have announced last week, though little, we want to urge you, Mr. President, please be brave. Wees dapper. Usually the presidency includes messages of our youth around the country in the Sona address, but the president wasn't brave enough this year. Because you don't have any more empty promises for the youth, that's why you didn't include all these Facebook messages in your promises. In the DA-governed Western Cape province, we say no to politicians conducting business with government. Listen, we say no to expensive and unnecessary vehicles. We say no to sponsored government cars. Mr. President, my colleague, Mr. Solim Simanga, has promised the Tshwane Metro that the DA government will ensure access to basic services, a smart metering system that will allow residents to control their water consumption and the use of green technology like solar lighting. Mr. President, my other colleague, Mr. Herman Mashaba, black like me, has promised the Johannesburg Metro that the DA government will tear up the bylaws that restrict small business growth in our first 100 days in government and assist homeowners with receiving title deeds. Another colleague of mine, Mr. President, DA Mayor for Midvaal, Mr. Bongani Baloyi, has already proven the strength of a DA government. Not only is Midvaal ranked as having the best provision of water and sanitation in Gauteng with no backlogs, according to Stats SA, it has the lowest unemployment rate in Gauteng. Midvaal is a top performing municipality in Gauteng in the 2014 Annual Municipal Finance Sustainability Index, and it received a clean audit for the 2013-14 financial year. Agbare President, ek borrel oor van die idee van 'n DA Gauteng. Especially the people of West Rand, where I come from, Honorable Nawa. Hierdie mense, agbare President, is dapper. Die burgers van Suid-Afrika ken die ANC se leuns en elke dag leer kiesers die waarheid. The lies range from Nkandla costs, Gupta family, dealings, and so-called plans for job creation in South Africa. We know the lies. Either you're lying or you believe the lies yourself. Get out of your comfort zone and do something about this man that is actually not doing anything for our country. Minister Sisulu, you know the ANC has failed to address the huge gap between rich and poor. Instead, the cabinet have enriched themselves heavily. You are loaded with cash, mostly to corruption and money that was meant to build our economy.
Can you take a seat? Let me take a point of order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can the Speaker take my question?
Honorable Julius, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Deputy Chair. I'm not prepared to take a question now. I'm talking local government. You know,
Okay.
if
Honorable member,
if it was the
Honorable
president's
Julius.
bestseller,
Honorable Julius, Honorable Julius, the honorable member is not prepared to take a question. Is that a point of order, Honorable Member?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The honorable member here says, Minister Sisulu, you are loaded with money. This is not true. I want him. You are talking up.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members.
This is absolute rubbish, and I want him to take it back. I want him to take it back.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Can you call the bouncers for the rubbish?
Honorable members. Order. Order. May I just request the last part of rubbish be withdrawn, and then I'll make a ruling on the other part.
Honorable Chair, I will withdraw, but I have been insulted here. And I want you to ensure that he withdraws unconditionally. It is your responsibility to protect me. You cannot allow a blatant lie to continue. Thank you.
Chairperson, what rule is Honourable Member standing on? I'm here. On what rule is the Honourable Member standing on, firstly? Secondly, the Honourable Minister withdrew the word rubbish conditionally, not unconditionally. And when you withdraw in this House, it's unconditionally. Can you please ask the Honourable Minister to withdraw the word rubbish unconditionally? Thank you.
Honourable Member, the way I understood the Minister, the Minister withdrew the word rubbish. That is what I requested the Minister to do. And therefore, the second part of an insinuation that has been made or a statement that is not factual, can I therefore consult answer and come back to it? Please. Can you conclude, Honourable Member?
Sorry, Chairperson, before you start, you say you're going to consult Hansard to find out if the Minister is loaded with money. Can we get a definition of what loaded with money actually is, please? Thank you.
Member, that's not a point of order. Can you conclude, Honourable Julius? Honourable Buthelezi.
I just wanted to know from the honourable member when he said that the ANC must do something about this man. Was he referring to the president? Pardon? No. Because even we ourselves are referred to as honourable members. But is it correct to say to the president, this man, like that?
Honourable Julius, did you make reference to the president as this man?
Honourable Deputy Chair, I thought you were in the House. You hear some things and you don't hear some things. I thought you were in the House. You didn't hear the rubbish comment. Now you hear other things
Honourable
now.
Julius,
can you please take charge of the House and you rule? Can you please rule?
Honourable Julius, if
you can check answer.
If then that is the case, because you are not disputing that.
You can check answer.
Honourable Julius, you are not disputing that. And if that is what you said, can you please withdraw that part of referring to the president as this man?
I prefer that we check answer and I will.
Honourable Julius, I'm making an order on the matter that you have raised.
Chairperson.
Honourable Julius.
Chairperson, may I address you?
No, I'm addressing Honourable Julius.
Can you not consult Hansard and make a ruling like you have done with the Honourable Minister?
I'm addressing.
Or are we being biased once more?
I'm addressing Honourable Julius. Honourable Julius, if you refer to the president as this man, can you withdraw that?
I can't remember, Chairperson.
So you did not say that?
Can you please check answer if you can't remember?
Honourable Julius, I have requested you to do something if you had done it. Can you withdraw any reference to the president as this man?
It's been in an emotional time, Chairperson, so long ago I can't remember, honestly. I might have and I might not. Please check answer.
Honourable Julius, I'm putting the question to you.
No, Chairperson, may I address you?
As the Deputy Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
May I address you? Yes.
Please.
Yes. Chairperson, there seems to be some confusion here. The simple way to go forward and to get the process on the road would be to consult Hansard and come back with a ruling. It's as simple as that.
No, there are two ways of dealing with this matter, or any statement. No. There are two ways of dealing with a statement in the House, or that was made. One is to confirm with the member that is alleged to have said it. And if the member then denies having said that, and there is still a belief that the member did say that, I'm prepared to consult answer on that. Honourable Julius, did you say that statement?
Chairperson, I cannot remember.
Okay,
it was emotional inside. It's long ago. Please check Hansard. I will gladly assist you and withdraw afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you conclude the debate?
Thank you, Chairperson. The question on Honorable Nawa, it's local government. I cannot answer you now. I think the question you should pose to the President's new bestseller, How to Grow a Political Dwarf in Just Under 1 Weekend, David van Rooyen. Mr. President, the people of South Africa have slaughtered their own blue
Honorable
buck.
Julius.
They know the true state
Honorable
of the nation.
Julius.
They don't believe the
Honorable
ANC lies
Julius.
anymore.
Honorable Julius, as you leave the podium, can you please withdraw the usage of a word dwarf to another member? I heard you.
Chairperson.
Yeah, political dwarf.
Chairperson.
Can I order you to withdraw that, honorable member?
Chairperson.
Honorable
may I
Julius.
address you?
Honorable Julius.
Chairperson, may I address you, please?
Can I address Honorable Julius?
No, but it may assist you, Chair. The fact is, the Honorable Julius referred to a political dwarf. It's a metaphor. He wasn't saying the individual is a dwarf. It's a political dwarf.
Honorable members.
Come on, where's the freedom of speech in this house?
We are in the house and we are honorable members. In whatever metaphors that we use, we should use them not in a derogatory way. Honorable Julius, can you withdraw the usage of that word?
Honorable political dwarf, I withdraw the previous part, Chairperson, and honorable political dwarf, it's a metaphor.
Honorable Julius, what are you withdrawing?
You can't take away my freedom
Honorable
of speech
Julius,
in the House, Chairperson.
What are you withdrawing?
I withdraw the part that you want me to withdraw, and I add it's an honorable political dwarf.
Honorable members, I'll have to come back to this part kind of thing. Definitely. Honorable Monsieur. I think as I allow Honorable Monsieur to take the podium, may I make the point, honorable members, and appeal to political parties and in particular the whips of political parties, probably to find a way that beyond this sitting, that an engagement will have to take place on how we conduct ourselves in the House. Can you continue, honorable Monsieur?
All right, Chairperson, the ACDP welcomes news of the President's recent discussions with some of the leading CEOs of our business community to find solutions to slow economic growth. This must be seen, however, against the backdrop of poor decision-making by the President, such as the irrational firing of our well-respected former Finance Minister, Mr. Nene, in December. This caused huge damage to investor confidence, the rand to tumble, and significant losses on the stock exchange and bond markets. In a similar fashion, Chairperson, the President's dramatic about turn on the Nkandla debacle is an embarrassment to all those ANC MPs who served on the ad hoc committees and cabinet ministers, such as the Minister of Police, who in trying to defend the Nkandla expenditure, undermined the Public Protector's report and tried at every turn to protect the President from having to repay anything. The ACDP argued consistently that the findings of the Public Protector are legally binding unless reviewed by a court, and that the President should repay a fair and reasonable amount. Chairperson, both these serious matters have deeply tarnished the President's credibility. They raise questions about the advice he's receiving and his ability to hold the highest office.
The thing that really matters is for someone to hear me when I ask, why are all the things I get from my bank limited when they say it's all included? Limited card swipes, limited ATM withdrawals. It's so limited, it's like they never gave it to me in the first place. Now that's what really matters. Finding a bank that really cares about me. A bank like Nedbank, who have a savvy bundle account that gives me unlimited ATM withdrawals, unlimited card swipes, and unlimited prepaid purchases.
Get unlimited banking and a platinum credit card, all for a fixed fee. Join Nedbank today.
Entrepreneurs are losing their businesses to foreign traders, many of whom are known to be heavily subsidized, thereby giving them an unfair advantage over locals. Chairperson, I would like to take a little time to respond to the President's call to, and I quote, confront the demon of racism, close quote. As he has mentioned that the commemoration of Human Rights Day on March 21st would be used to lay the foundation for a long-term program of building a non-racial society, I would like to submit the following for contribution by all South Africans. Firstly, we should all be honest with ourselves and admit that there are racists in all race groups. Racism is hurtful and its effects are devastating. It violates the dignity of all who have been created in God's image. It is a sin before God that we must all confront and repent from. Secondly, government should revive the late President Nelson Mandela's commitment to reconciliation and nation building and take the lead in this. To talk about reconciliation and revolution simultaneously is counterproductive, as these two things are mutually exclusive. The ANC must desist from using the race card whenever they want to shift blame for their failures. And thirdly, I want to encourage all South Africans to become agents of peace. Distance yourselves from those who incite trouble and racial hatred. They only seek to keep South Africans divided and angry. We must choose rather to become nation builders, those who are able to diffuse volatile situations and bring life and hope. We must remember, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, that reconciliation is not a once-off event. It is a work in progress, and we dare not become complacent in pursuing it. Let us resolve to learn from the past and move beyond that, what was once a divided and painful past. It is time to do things differently. To this, the ACDP wants to work with all sectors of society who share our vision to see this beautiful country united as one nation under God, whose future is bright and prosperous. This is also an opportunity for the true church to be heard more than ever before in promoting forgiveness and spreading the ministry of peace, reconciliation, and national unity for all sectors. Finally, let us move South Africa forward. If we choose to, we can become a nation of whom the world will one day say, they have overcome the injustices and pain of apartheid and have moved forward to become a great nation, one that is worthy to be emulated. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, His Excellency the President, I and many others have been fortunate to have been raised in a political school by Prince M. Buthelezi, which amongst other things taught us that as political opponents, we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. Prince Buthelezi once stated in this house that the failures of a sitting president reflect on all elected public representatives of the time. When the president does right, South Africa prospers in success, including its parliament. When we in the IFP point out shortcomings in the presidency, it is not intended to ridicule the office, but it is intended to move the office to a level of integrity and good governance. Therefore, this input is intended to assist the president in the transformation from a successful failure to the country's prosperity. The Honorable President labored hard last week to try and mop the floor, but the roof is still leaking. This suggests that the problem is at the top. Whilst acknowledging the honest approach of the President in matters of economic downturn in his address, but for as long as the South African cabinet remains as bloated as it is at the present moment, the President's appeal for cost reduction remains unconvincing and lacks honesty. A serious decision to reduce cabinet to reasonable and manageable proportions is not a costly exercise, and it pays immediate dividends in cost reduction. On the other hand, a decision to relocate Parliament to the administrative capital is costly, long-term, with long-term dividends. First things first, Mr. President. Cabinet ministers, premiers, and deputy ministers have a performance contract with the President. A performance contract means that you perform to expectation and above expectation, and you get rewarded. If you perform below expectation, you get penalized. Penalties mean that you can even lose that job. What we have seen so far with the Honorable President is the opposite. A performing minister gets booted out of cabinet. Some non-performing ministers are retained. ake ubagijimise manje mhlonishwa mongameli bake bakusabe bangakusabeli nje isiqu sakho ngqongqoshe no premier kodwa bakusabela ukuthi hey umsholozi uyawufuna umsebenzi ilokho ke sikudingayo. Mr. President, you cannot continue as if it is still business as usual. When the country's economy goes down and government behaves like it is normal and acceptable just because it is happening elsewhere in the world. When students fail matric and government behaves like it is normal and acceptable. When people lose jobs and government behaves like this is due to happen because of this and that, then we all begin to question the integrity, seriousness, and commitment of the president. Unfortunately, Mr. President, this is where the buck stops. In order for you, for your generals to protect you, they must perform and not create misleading stories. When they mislead South Africa, they are destroying your integrity. The introduction of cost-cutting measures in South Africa is not new. The then and now current Minister of Finance in 2013 introduced 10 cost-cutting measures. The President and government must begin to walk the talk. By coincidence, Mr. President, South Africa's poor economic growth has intensified during the period 2009 to date. Corruption in government circles has intensified during the period 2009 to date. Job losses have intensified during the period 2009 to date. Scandalous incidents have intensified during the period 2009 to date. One question needs to be asked: what is it that happened in South Africa in 2009? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula. Honorable Melba.
Chairperson, Mr. President, water is life. Our country is in the throes of what could become the worst drought in recorded history, with the South African Weather Services having already declared 2015 as the driest year since 1904. It cannot be said, however, that this was unforeseen, as the onset of the current dry season has been coming for a number of years, and entities such as the Water Research Commission have been predicting the current El Niño since at least 2013. And as such, government should have had contingency plans in place at local, provincial, and national level. Now, these contingency plans should include monitoring, early warning, and prediction systems, risk assessment and risk impact and assessment, mitigation and response programs, including proactive actions to reduce risks and response mechanisms to reduce the impact. What cannot be forgiven is the lack of planning and the inadequate and immediate response by our government to a crisis that threatens agriculture, food security, industry, and the residents of our country. The Minister of Water and Sanitation has been distinctly absent in this regard and has shown little interest in the drought and its impacts. The continued denialist attitude of this government is in stark contrast to the situation on the ground, where we see communities facing extreme water shortages and farmers across our country in a battle for survival. The actions of civil society expressed through groups like Operation Hydrate and Gift of the Givers and many others is commendable. But it is absolutely untenable, Mr. President, that civil society once again had to step in and do what our government could not or would not do. Mr. President, to put this crisis in perspective, without even taking the effects of the drought into consideration, 15 million people in South Africa are already unable to feed themselves on a daily basis. And 5.9% of all households are on the verge of what can only be described as starvation, according to Stats South Africa. The massive increase in food prices and the effects of job losses in rural areas are not being taken seriously by your government. The impact on our health and sanitation could also have further far-reaching consequences. The Democratic Alliance therefore renews its call for President Zuma to declare this drought a national disaster in order for all departments to assess the impact on their areas of responsibility. To leave this disaster in the hands of local and provincial structures without proper funding and capacity is irresponsible and short-sighted. Both Lesotho, which is one of our primary water sources, and Zimbabwe have declared the drought as a national disaster. And Botswana has indicated it will budget an additional $123 million for drought relief and water crisis effort. Yet our own government is found wanting. We have recently seen the taps of a number of communities run dry. Here, much of the blame needs to be placed on municipalities. Areas such as Koster and Swartruggens have issued a declaration of local disaster and haven't had water since December. And while the drought conditions have exacerbated the situation, it is equally true that a lack of maintenance of water infrastructure and a lack of management of water resources has resulted in average water losses at a municipal level in excess of 40%. Despite the progress in expanding access to water, reliability of supply is a growing problem. And what has the Department of Water and Sanitation been doing? They've been playing hide and seek with the blue and green drop reports. We had to resort to making a PIA application. And it's only through the continued pressure from the DA over the past weeks that the department finally uploaded the reports to their website. Their actions show an appalling lack of transparency. They are trying to hide the truth about South Africa's water supply and the quality of our water resources and sewage disposal systems from the South African public. These blue and green drop reports contain crucial information that the public needs to know, since these reports often contain warnings to members of a specific community not to consume their tap water without treating it first. So the question, Mr. President, is what are you hiding? What are you not telling us? And then in the last few months, we have seen Eskom threaten to cut off electricity at least 20 municipalities because of non-payment of arrear debt to the electricity supplier. Now, this punishes residents and businesses for the failure of the municipality to properly manage their finances. Both SELGA and individual municipalities have raised the concern about the non-alignment of Eskom's billing processes with the MFMA, which requires that municipalities settle their accounts within 30 days of invoice, but Eskom starts charging interest from day 15. They've also pointed out that Eskom charges interest at prime plus 5%. Despite an interministerial committee having considered this matter, yes, another interministerial committee, for over 2 years, there appears to be little headway in resolving this. Mr. President, Section 139, subsection 5 of the Constitution requires the provincial executive or your cabinet, where the provincial executive cannot or does not act, to impose a financial recovery plan on a municipality and dissolve the municipal council where it does not dissolve the municipal council, assume responsibility for the implementation of that recovery plan. I have personally written to former Minister of Cogta, Pravin Gordhan, on numerous occasions, as well as your new Minister of this and that, Des van Rooyen, requesting them to take this firm action. Sadly, I have to report that they have both defied the Constitution, much as you yourself did, and not taken the steps required of them. Now, Minister Gordhan's much vaunted Back to Basics plan has resulted in some slight improvements at municipalities, but at the same time, almost an equal number of municipalities have regressed and fallen into the dysfunctional category. It remains to be seen whether Minister van Rooyen, the 5th Cogta Minister in 7 years, will introduce yet another turnaround plan and once again put municipalities in turmoil. It is no surprise that the DA-run municipalities and provinces shine in comparison, because we put the needs of South Africans first. It is because the DA invests in infrastructure, ensures clean, efficient government, and delivers basic services to residents where it governs. Oh, and by the way, none of our municipalities are under threat of having their electricity cut off. The bottom line, Mr. President, is that the majority of South Africa's municipalities and provinces are failing because of poor ANC governance. The ANC of 2016 couldn't run a bath, especially given the current water crisis, let alone this country.
May I call on the Deputy Minister to continue the debate?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, President, Deputy President, and honorable members. It's not, unfortunately, Honorable Lekota, the time that was running fast here, but it is the seat of COPE which was reduced from 60 to a split 3 seats in a period of 5 years. So don't complain about time, complain about the seats, go and campaign so that you sit much longer. In fact, I think this is the longest you have ever sat on this chair since this parliament started. But it was also clear from the Honorable Julius that all Julius are created equal. I hope, Honorable
members that some members who came here to speak on behalf of the opposition would lick their lips after speaking so that they taste the Corner products that comes out of their mouth after they've spoken, because those are the things which we do not want to hear, which we've been subjected to. My great-grandfather allegedly had a one-trick pony, or what you can call a one-hit wonder. He bought the pony after selling his World War I acquired bicycle. The pony, named Aloysius with a U, I must say, after the German brunette that Grandpa had a crush on in some bar, was of no use to the old man other than performing just one trick every Christmas. Last week and yesterday, in our Christmas year in Parliament through Sona and this debate, ages after we buried both my old man and Aloysius, the annual trick recurred. The ceremonial tendencies of members of this side of the House repeated the same trick, the one trick. What did we hear? Nkandla. What else? The Guptas. And then with some stroke of genius, a rework of the old trick, Planet Zuma was unveiled, followed by the unpolished Zuma must resign slogan. This has been the case for the last few years. One-trick ponies, one-hit wonders. I'm not in denial, and so is the ANC, because these are the issues that are on the lips of many South Africans, including within the ANC and the electorate. But the electorate not only wants to hear a broken record. They are faced with a global economic crisis and are expecting leaders in Parliament to also demonstrate a stroke of scarce genius and say to the President, what you said to the nation address will not work, and these are the alternative solutions to create jobs, to move millions of South Africans out of poverty, and to reduce the wage gap. But we had nothing of that from this side of the House. The runs and the chants of our opposing side illustrated their lack of solutions, but to dream up non-existing planets, or even suggested that if we can revolutionize teaspoon manufacturing, then South Africa will be a better country. National leadership, Honorable President, is the art of identifying the urgent and pressing challenges that faces our society, and then to engage that society on what the best solutions are and call for unison in the national psyche to confront those challenges. Your State of the Nation address was the elixir required to deal with exactly those challenges: unemployment, poverty, and inequality. They've indicated through the days leading to your State of the Nation address, with the ANC under your leadership is more capable of creating unison in our national psyche to deal with these challenges. This message was echoed by the CEOs that you met, was also echoed by the workers and the street vendors that you engaged with in Marabastad, that the ANC is the only capable political party to drive us out of the global economic crisis. But they also said so in most of the local government elections last year. By the way, in the by-elections which we had last year, of the 47 wards that the ANC contested, the ANC was retained in almost all of them, except in 2, where we lost to the opposition. But we took 2 of their wards here in the Western Cape to show that gradually we are going to govern the Western Cape. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition spoke at length about how the President lives in Planet Zuma. But what he actually did was to explain the planet which he himself living in, his wonderland. You, my mate, and my fellow honorable member are nothing but Alice in Wonderland. Someone who chooses to see only the bad that this government has done and desperately want to sweep the good that we've done over the years under the carpet, hoping that the majority of our people will not see those. And let me illustrate how. Like Alice in Wonderland, we have reduced the whole country into a dismal fail, except in your Republic of the Western Cape. You claimed yesterday that you want to make South Africa a better country, just as you did in the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town in particular. But you forget to mention the fact that Cape Town has always been the land of milk and honey, Canaan, since 1994. In fact, the Stats SA and Census statistics show that 85% of the Western Cape population in 1996 had access to electricity for lighting. But that number went up, of course, by 93% in 2011. Good work. But significantly under ANC government here in the Western Cape. But if we compare that with Limpopo, which started at 39.2% in 1996. 39.2% in 1996. Today, as we speak, 87.3% of the Limpopo population have got access to electricity. Now, who has changed the lives of the people for the better? For the ANC, black lives always matters. For the DA, only black votes counts. In 1996, 89% of the Western Cape had access to piped water, whilst only 70.4% had the same access in the Free State. In 2011, only 88.4% of the Western Cape population had access to piped water, whereas the Free State have moved that number of 70.4% to 89.1%. Now, for the ANC, black lives always mattered. And for the DA, only black counts and votes counts. In 1996, the unemployment rate in the Western Cape was 17.9%, the lowest throughout the whole country. But today, as we speak, unemployment is at 21.6%. But in all the other provinces led by the ANC, we have seen a significant increase, particularly in the Northwest, where unemployment in 96 was at 37%, and today it is at 31.5%. For the ANC, black life always mattered, but for the DA, only black votes counts. We do not want to enter into this competition, but if you come here and say that the DA's Western Cape budget goes significantly into black communities, whereas the numbers in terms of the school are showing a completely different picture, we have to expose this to the nation. If you look at Langa Secondary School, last year, 151 people wrote, 54 achieved, which is 41.9%, and only 16 achieved bachelor's degree. The same goes for Kanyole 2 and Masima Bisane, which only performed just above 50%. But if you go to where, when the honorable leader of the opposition goes, he's sometimes asked whether he's really belonging here or not. In the white suburbs, Bloemhof High School, 140 wrote, 140 passed, 140, 100%, everything 100%. You can go to Rustenburg Girls High, you can go to Westerford High School. There is no way that you can have these disparities if the Western Cape government was equally investing resources in all the communities in the Western Cape. For the ANC, black lives always mattered, but for the DA, only black votes count. Yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are challenges and there were setbacks. But there are pockets of excellence throughout the country which illustrates that as you are preoccupied with changing the ruling party, we are more focused on changing the lives of the majority of our people. Neo Panyani is a member of the Ramatlabama Pigari Cooperative in a village in the Northwest, just outside Mahikeng. Together with his 11 peers, young men and women, they started operating a pig production business from one of the members' backyard. The co-op was assisted by the provincial government and the NYDA to the value of 1.4 million. These are young people who live far away from Wonderland, where Alice only depends on newspaper stories and tweets generated to create the idea that South Africa is on a precipice and on a cliffhanger. They know, these young people, that their genuine efforts could never have paid off if the government and the DA did not give them, NYDA did not give them that hang up. Allow me to enlighten you, Honorable Van Dam, or should we call you Domos of Alice in Wonderland. Since the launch of the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship by the President in 2014, more than 500 young people have received scholarship. One of them who's here, Anela Pike. Where is she? There is she. She is studying LLB at the University of the Western Cape, and she matriculated from Otenekwa High School in George. The other one, Nkosinathi Kaziwa, who's also here, who's studying something that some of you may not know what it is, who's studying mechatronics at the CPUT. He matriculated at Dr. Nelson Mandela High School. And as we've seen, they're both here. For you, these young people, Honorable Van Dam, may not be deserving of these scholarships, just like the million others who received NSFAS loans and bursaries and went on to graduate and find employment. For you, they may be some politically connected individuals because in your wonderland, the ANC is incapable of doing such good without breaking a few rules or appeasing a few individuals. Such is the psyche of the opposition parties, that their role and objective is to undermine the progress and the efforts and progress made by the ANC government. They do this by vulgarizing the ANC government as corrupt, rent-seeking, lazy, undeserving, and connected individuals who are part of the broader get-rich-quick scheme. But these are not just numbers. These are South Africans who look at you with awe and say to you, Honorable Van Dam, but where did she come from? Some of these young men and women includes the 3,242 who received grants from the NYDA between 10,000 and 100,000. Over the last 3 years, the NYDA board has facilitated jobs of close to 11,000 through investment made in a variety of projects. No red tape, no favoritism, no political connections, just young people who do not exist in the tabloids, who do not exist in talk shows, and who newspaper or opinion pages that are filtered through Wonderland to make Alice believe that this government of the ANC is incapable of nothing. When the Mail and Guardian is not busy reporting on Alice's meetings with Frederick Willem de Klerk, the newspaper on an annual basis publishes a list of 200 young South Africans who have made it in the new South Africa. They have access to opportunities because of this democratic dispensation. The list includes some of the politicians on both sides of the House whose potentials could not have been realized had F.W. de Klerk not succumbed to the local and international pressure and the ANC's struggle against apartheid. Many of these young people are our global ambassadors, like Trevor Noah, like Brian Habana, Lerato Mulapo, as popularly known as Lira, and our very own Lindiwe Mazibuko. And we hope that they will come back and make a difference in the country, in the different fields that they find themselves in. This is a sign, Honorable President, of hope that although progress has been made since 1994, when Nelson Mandela was elected president, millions of South Africans will continue to prosper and exemplify that we are a capable nation, and hopefully this good news will reach Alex in her wonderland. Madam Speaker, one of the major challenges that we face as a country...
Remember, look around first. Order.
Deputy Speaker. One of the major challenges that we face as a country is the unacceptably high levels of serious and violent crimes, also referred to as contact crime. The debilitating effect of this crime is felt most severely because it involves the inflicting physical harm of the person. The foregoing accounts for the decision of the ANC government to identify crime as one of the top 5 apex priorities during the current mandate period. Deputy Chair, the crime statistics released by the South African Police Services last September enables us to boldly assert that we have made good progress in bringing down the overall levels of serious crime. In the last 10 years, we've been able to reduce reported contact crime by about 18%, from 750,000 to 616,000 in 2014-2015. And in the same period, murders and attempted murders declined by 3% and 18% respectively. This progress is born out of the fact that according to the Victims of Crime Survey 2013-14, 86.5% of households felt safe walking alone during the day, compared to 87.5% in 2012. Of course, it would be remiss of me not to highlight that in recent years we have seen some setback in respect of certain categories of crime. In the last 2 years, murder and attempted murder have shown a slight increase. Robberies at residential and business premises have remained stubbornly high. We are accordingly determined to intensify our fight against the scourge of crime through a multi-pronged approach that includes enhancing our capacity to ensure visible policing, as well as implementing crime prevention and combating strategy such as the National Crime Prevention Schools and Rural Safety Strategies, the National Social Crime Prevention Strategy, the National Action to Combat Violence Against Women and Children, and so on. The National Development Plan calls for the promotion and encouragement of active citizenry. In this regard, we have prioritized the establishment of community policing forums to serve as platforms for coordination, integration, and monitoring of implementation of multi-sectoral crime prevention and community safety initiatives. Over 120 CSFs have been established through the length and breadth of the country. The challenge, though, is to make certain that these becomes operational. All of us gathered in this assembly are duty-bound to play a role, an active role, in ensuring that the CSFs and community policing forums in our respective communities are effective. Criminal conduct such as the destruction of private and public property cannot be tolerated. We want to say to young people out there, if you want a school, why should we ban a hospital? If you want a road, why should you stop other school children to go to school? Those are the things which we hope that collectively we will ensure that we fight against. But in order to ensure that all of this happen, last September, Cabinet approved that the BMA bill, as well as the comments thereupon compiled during public consultations, be introduced to Parliament. And we hope that this bill will be finalized before the end of 2016. Mr. President, as you emphasized in the State of the Nation address of the need to engage with the scourge of racism and declared that this year's Human Rights Day shall be the National Day Against Racism, it is important that we mobilize all South Africans in this important fight. Racism in our country has taken the form of economic exploitation, social exclusion, and continues to divide millions of South Africans. We have seen how racists have become emboldened lately and make statements on social media about how lovely it was under apartheid and how they're missing Botha. Instead, in their own words, some of them, these monkeys which are now in charge. But at the heart of the problem is the preservation of resources, power and privilege, which are predominantly in the hands of white and monopolistic capital. Many of them, especially localized monopolies, have amassed their
Deputy
capital.
Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Would
Please take a seat.
the Honourable Deputy Minister take a question?
Honourable Malim.
No.
He's a bit afraid.
Manamela. Thank you. Proceed, Honourable Member.
We have had here in this House how the problem of unemployment, poverty, and inequality is manifested by corruption in government. But we have never had any of the opposition political parties exposing the fact that white and monopolistic capital, some of them are holding billions of rands and are actively on an investment strike, for they are like Alice in Wonderland. We have never had the official opposition speak of the racism experienced by young graduates in the private sector, because they represent new talent. Because in their wonderland, racism is supposedly a tactic of the ANC to stay in power. They will never talk about the fact that we have fewer blacks as owners of the economy, controllers and executives in the stock exchange, because the role of the official opposition is to represent white privilege, and in their wonderland, racism is a thing of the past. They protect and shield and reinstate their parliamentary representatives who repeat racial sentiments posted on social media, such as the Honorable Dinah Kola-Barnett. This reality of the wonderland that our Alice lives in bears no reflection of the racial transformation that exists everywhere in the country. If you stroll through its beautiful beaches or its exquisite restaurants or its posh suburbs of Camps Bay and Constantia or its benches here in Parliament, you will realize that it is they who hold the belief that black lives don't matter and only black votes will count. Honorable President, honorable members, there's an old saying that goes like this. There are those who causes happiness wherever they go, like the ANC. And there are those who causes unhappiness whenever they go, like the Red Brigade. And as they left, none of us felt a pinch of unhappiness because we're happy to see them go, but we know that they are participating in this debate on Facebook and Twitter because that's where they are highly rated as brave and bold members of parliament. In fact, the Honorable Ndlozi actually said on News 24 that the Honorable Leader of the Red Brigade is the bravest member that has ever laid his foot in this house. But I doubt that, and I will tell you why. I doubt if that is the case. Because with all the challenges that we're faced with in this country, bravery without brains can only be catastrophic. And as Frantz Fanon said, fever should only be reserved for those who want to set a country on fire. We need solutions. We need thinkers. We need engagers. We need those who are meant to fight, fought the battles and brought this freedom. Ours is to invest into taking it forward. So the less said about the long list of apologies and gossips that the Honorable Leader of the Red Brigade dished out here yesterday are not stuff made of brave men. In Limpopo, where I come from, any man who repeats a discussion between two men has got no touch of bravery. In fact, is a coward who thrives on noise and also on gossip. But brave men also do not blame their misdemeanor and faults on others when it is convenient. So and so made it, do it. And we can only refer to you as an impimpi and never as a great man. All that the Honorable Leader of the Red Brigade did is to show that he's a party leader who is a gossiper without plans, without strategies, and without a vision, and is only intent to disrupt parliamentary democracy and, wait for it and do not laugh, disrupt parliamentary democracy in the name of democracy. I don't know where that has ever happened. When we went to see the Honorable Mbalula in the mountain, myself and the leader of the Red Brigade, this was sometime in 2008, I think. And so when we went there, the Honorable leader of the Red Brigade didn't want to go in to see Mbalula. I don't know if Mbalula remembers that. I don't know what have you gotten and not. Because he was not prepared to compromise his boyhood then. He didn't know what can happen to him at that point in time. Now, where is the bravery? But it will help, Honorable Speaker, to know whether the FF will also go to the Constitutional Court and ensure that their leader is also forced to comply with the findings of the Public Protector. If you remember the Public Protector's report on the point of tenders, who has pronounced their leader as a thief who redirected the resources of the people of Limpopo into his own pocket. It is hypocrisy to speak out against corruption. It is hypocrisy to speak out against corruption committed by others, whilst we turn a blind eye when it is committed by our own leader. When all these issues that the Red Brigade and the opposition, the official opposition, have been settled by the judge, our nation will expect us to pull them out of the crisis of the global economic crisis. But they will expect, the nation will expect them to pull out yet another trick, another sin, another drama, so that the nation is kept on television. People don't watch TV because they want to vote for you. Don't be misled. People watch TV because you entertain them. You are entertainers par excellence. We do not have a production script. We are not in theater. We are not here to act. We are here to deliver. Siyakuba.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business.
You're watching SABC News now. That was a live crossing to Parliament in Cape Town, where day 2 of the post-Sona debate by MPs there is still underway. Proceedings have been adjourned for about 15 minutes, and we've had some pretty fiery responses in Parliament this afternoon. But overall, it has been a much calmer, more temperate mood in the House than last year, that is. Well, in the last hour or so, we saw ACDP MP Honourable Mishwe encouraging all South Africans to become what he calls agents of peace and nation building, reiterating that that reconciliation that is always a work in progress. Just a few minutes ago, we had the ANC's MP Buti Manamela pointing out that opposition parties have not yet offered up any viable solutions to the country's challenges so far. He's pointing out that there's a very deliberate, even vindictive attempt to tarnish the image of the African National Congress and its ability to govern effectively, especially in certain sections of the media. But the party's commitment to the upliftment and bettering the quality of lives for the majority of South Africans remains unquestionable. Now, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more news after that. But before we do that, here's a look at this afternoon's headlines. These are your headlines. Day 2 of the debate on the State of the Nation address underway in Parliament. A short recess of about 15 minutes is now underway, and it's a showdown between the House Chair and the DA. Well, day 12 at the Lily Mine now, with no word yet from mine management on whether rescue operations for the 3 trapped miners will resume or remain suspended. And in your sports news, Athletics Kenya investigates its CEO over bribery allegations levelled against him by Kenyan athletes serving doping suspensions. Okay, day 2 of the debate on the State of the Nation address took place in Parliament this afternoon. Proceedings suspended for just about 15 minutes now. Political parties continue to debate President Jacob Zuma's address from last Thursday. He will respond to the opposition parties' questions tomorrow. Now, while the EFF MPs were conspicuous with their absence, the House still had drama from various quarters. Speaker Baleka Mbete started by addressing the Julius Malema speech from yesterday. Well, today marks
We've submitted and will now monitor progress with our first application for $250 million of funding to the BRICS New Development Bank, mainly for cheaper finance for transmission lines to connect future solar and wind energy to the national grid. We will crack down on cable and metal theft from trains, electricity substations and communities. I'm pleased to say that Parliament late last year passed the Criminal Matters Amendment Act in record time, both houses of Parliament. Thank you very much. And it's with the support of all political parties. We'll now implement this law, which creates a special category of offence for those who steal from public infrastructure, with tougher bail conditions, minimum jail sentences when you are found guilty, sentences of up to 30 years for theft from essential facilities, and fines up to 100 million rand for companies who collude with thieves, and a greater onus on those who are found with copper cable and scrap metal to say, where did you get it?
The State of the Nation address was an opportunity for the President to inspire the nation, to give hope to the nation, and to lead the nation. It was an opportunity to set out a decisive response to the economic crisis in South Africa. It was an opportunity to set out a decisive response to avoid a ratings downgrade in South Africa. It was an opportunity to give hope to the 8.3 million people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in South Africa. And it was an opportunity to do so with passion, with conviction, and with urgency. We got off to a good start, a frank assessment, a turnaround plan, doing things differently. I thought, this is it. This is the moment. But then, nothing. No inspiration, no passion, no conviction, no urgency, no hope, and most important of all, no decisive response to the economic crisis in South Africa, and no decisive response to avoid a ratings downgrade in South Africa. Yes, there was a turnaround plan, but the turnaround plan did not contain any new economic policy. What the turnaround plan did contain was economic policy that had never been implemented. The Presidential Review Commission on State-Owned Enterprises was completed 3 years ago. Its findings have never been implemented, and it's hard to believe that its findings will ever be implemented. And what the turnaround plan did contain was economic policy that had been implemented but that had failed. The cost containment measures are important but are largely symbolic, targeting 25 billion rands worth of expenditure and saving a mere 2 billion rand or 0.2% of total government expenditure in 2015-16. What the turnaround plan also contains was a one step forward, one step backward economic policy contradictions. We want to encourage investment, but then we want to prohibit foreign land ownership, which will discourage foreign investment. And we want to phase out state-owned enterprises, but then we want a state-owned pharmaceutical company, which will crowd out private sector investment. In the end, the turnaround plan only served to illustrate that the Minister of Finance, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, has very little policy space in which to maneuver ahead of the budget. That business leaders were listened to, but they were not heard. And that this government's economic policy is tied up in an economic knot which will never be undone because of the political knot inside the ANC-SACP COSATU alliance. The fact is, a ratings downgrade is now more likely this week than it was last week. But it's not too late, Mr. President. It can, as you said, be done. But then we actually have to do things differently. And if we are going to do things differently, Mr. President, I would suggest that you consider announcing the following in your reply tomorrow in the State of the Nation debate. And I quote, "Honourable members, I have listened carefully to this debate and understand that we need decisive action to deal with the economic crisis in South Africa. I have therefore decided to amend the turnaround plan based on your inputs as follows. First, to ensure there is no policy uncertainty on the economy, I have decided to appoint the Minister of Finance to head the economic cluster in Cabinet, to take full responsibility for the development of economic policy, to conduct impact assessments of all executive legislation relating to the economy, and to take full responsibility for the implementation of the economic policy outlined in the National Development Plan. Second, to boost economic growth and jobs, I have instructed the Minister of Labour to immediately table amendments to labour legislation, to ensure collective bargaining agreements reached between big business and big unions are not imposed on small business, to enforce secret balloting before calling a strike, and to exempt small businesses from complying with onerous labour legislation to encourage them to employ more workers. And I've instructed the Minister of Finance to implement a real youth wage subsidy to help young people find jobs and gain
Honourable
experience.
members, allow Honourable Meni.
Third, to raise revenue, I have instructed the Finance Minister to dispose of non-strategic state assets, including government stake in Telkom, which would raise an estimated 11 billion rand. And I've instructed the Minister of Public Works to begin disposing of non-strategic state assets, including land and buildings, which has the potential to raise billions of rands in revenue. Fourth, to cut expenditure, I've instructed the Minister in the Presidency to begin reducing the size of the Cabinet to 15 ministries, which will save an estimated 4.7 billion rand. And I've instructed the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans to immediately terminate the acquisition of my VIP jet, which I know will save nearly 4 billion rand. I've instructed the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation to immediately begin closing all non-strategic foreign embassies, high commissions and consulates, saving a significant portion of 3.5 billion rand. I've also instructed the Minister to table a detailed quarterly report on spending for each department on non-core goods and services, including spending on travel, catering, entertainment and consultants in this Parliament. Because at the end, we know transparency is the most cost-effective method of preventing wasteful expenditure. And finally, to improve the performance of state-owned enterprises, I have instructed the Minister of Public Enterprises to immediately begin implementing a program to privatise or part privatise state-owned enterprises, beginning with the privatisation of South African Airways. In closing, given his poor performance in this debate, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Economic Development on his appointment as Ambassador to China.
South Africa is in a better position today than it was in the past. Tomorrow will indeed be better than yesterday. All of this depends on the quality of our investment today. The challenge we face is to adequately respond to create a South Africa that is on a sustainable growth path for the benefit of all our citizens and not just a few. The National Development Plan, which is part of your legacy, Honourable President, which is your legacy, envisages that by 2030, South Africa will have an energy sector that promotes economic growth and development through adequate investment in energy infrastructure. Energy security is at the core of current and future industrial and technological advancement. We have to be honest and acknowledge that we have had challenges with electricity supply. However, today, it has been over 6 months since we last had load shedding. This is as a result of the interventions we have made, as well as the positive response of South Africans to use electricity sparingly. But we cannot be complacent. The situation remains very tight, and we must continue using electricity carefully. Our communities are also demanding adequate access to service, including continuous supply of electricity. We see protests in our communities almost daily, but we have been listening to their concerns and demands. We have invested time and effort and we are now getting results. Constrained electricity supply has had a significant effect on the economy and the potential for new investment. We know that investors do not like uncertainty. We have been able to provide this certainty with our independent power producer program. The independent power producer program, Honorable President, is your legacy. It was started by you, Honorable President. The very same Honorable Vusi Manamani has complimented you on your legacy project, the Independent Power Producers Program. So thank him for complimenting you. Honorable members, since 2011, our turnaround plan, our new sense of urgency, our country has been offering an attractive market for both local and foreign private sector investment in renewable energy.
Racism is a very serious issue that must be condemned unconditionally. Racism from the side of white people or black people carries the germ that could destroy South Africa and all human relations. Similarly, generalizing is always a mistake. But leaders must set the example. Leaders from all sides. Leaders determine the tone of such debates.
All of us members of the legislature, members of the ruling party and the opposition, we are expected to compose the legislature. All of us collectively are expected to hold the executive to account, not to protect it. It must explain itself. It must explain its actions. It must account to the people by answering to us the questions we raise. So we ask for no favor.
Well, today marks 12 days since 3 miners trapped underground. The 2 women and a man were working in the lamp room at the Lily Gold Mine in Barberton when it collapsed. SABC reporters Sibongile Mkani-Mpolweni and camera person Thabo Mchweni visited Pritin Kambule's devastated family.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come.
An everyday prayer for Neo Mazibuko since his mother went missing. He believes praying will bring Pritin Kambule back home alive.
I wish for my mother to be found underground so she can come back. We love her.
His mother is one of the 3 miners trapped underground at Lily Gold Mine. Neo and his younger brother are the only ones among the 4 children aware of their plight. He has made it his mission to find latest information about the rescue operation at the mine.
He goes to the community to find out news and comes and updates his younger brother. I would hear them talking about the rescue.
The family misses Ngambule, who went to work on that fateful day to stand in for a friend. They say she enjoyed getting the boys ready for school in the morning. And now, with the rescue operation halted since the weekend, the family fears the worst.
If
it happens that they find that she passed on, I will sit my children down and inform them the right way. But I'm still hopeful that she's still alive, because every day we pray in the morning and night, and I believe God is great and nothing is greater than Him.
Neo and his brother's wish is to find their mother home when they return from school. The family says at this stage they are willing to accept any outcome from the rescue operation, but still believe that they'll soon be reunited. Sibongile Mkani-Mpolweni, SABC News, Barberton.
Well, a huge diamond has been found in Angola. It's big enough to almost cover a whole finger. A small Australian-listed company that's Lucapa Diamond says this gem will make for a huge sparkler. At 404 carats, it's the biggest diamond ever found in Angola and the biggest ever gem discovered by an Australian company. The diamond was recovered from a Lulo diamond project mine in Angola's Luanda Norte province. The Lulo mine accounts for nearly 75% of Angola's annual diamond production.
Are you saying the king must go to jail? You are not royal blood, therefore you are going to serve time on behalf of the king. Where does the public protector stand on this matter? Are you with the marches, for the marches, against the march? If this is your ancestor, it is very much his ancestor as well, because this is the cradle of humankind. Is there God somewhere in your science? Drinking the blood of a person with albinism gives extra magical powers. A man of the cloth is involved here because it would mean that somehow religion is being brought into this part of the myth. What do you say to me?
Watch Question Time with me, Mpho Tseju, Monday to Thursday at 5:30 p.m. on the SABC News Channel.
A very good afternoon to you, and thank you for staying with us right here on News Today. In your sports news, the turmoil in Kenyan athletics continues. Athletics Kenya's chief executive has asked for 21 days leave, this pending an investigation into bribery allegations. It is alleged that Isaac Mwangi asked for money to reduce the doping bans of 2 suspended Kenyan athletes.
Kenya has long been regarded as the global frontrunner in distance running. And at the 2015 World Championships in Beijing, the country topped the medals table with 7 gold medals. But Kenya has been rocked by doping and corruption scandals recently, and last week 2 banned athletes, Joy Sakari and Koki Manunga, accused Mwangi of seeking around 450,000 rand each to reduce their 4-year bans. Mwangi immediately denied the claims.
Our rules do not allow doping. And anyone caught doping, there is no way out. We'll expose you. We will kick you out of our competition, and will not allow anyone to taint the good name that this country has always had.
Athletics Kenya has since confirmed that its newly formed anti-doping agency of Kenya will investigate the allegations against Mwangi.
We would like to finish this thing as fast as possible, with of course looking at the individual rights of everybody. We would like to see that the sport is protected by all means.
ADAC is expected to report its findings in 2 weeks. But the spike in doping and recent corruption allegations against top AK officials continue to stoke fears in the country that they could follow Russia and be suspended from global athletics. Liesel Zankel, SABC News.
And that is all from the sports desk for this afternoon's edition of News Today. We're going to go back to Cape Town now in Parliament, where it is day 2 of the post-Sona debate.
Thank you, Chair. I am rising to express a feeling of disappointment over the fact that the last speaker went into too much detail on matters of circumcision. And I'm appealing to members of this House to say that the level of detail into which he went, given the different cultures in South Africa, made some of us as men, as well as Xhosa women, to freeze. It's a humble appeal. People may find a lot of comfort for political reasons to howl me down. It's fine. They may do so, but I'm telling you, I've spoken to a number of people during the short break, and people just felt extremely uncomfortable. Thank you.
Honourable members, thank you. Order. Honourable members, the member has made an appeal. I hope you take it on board. Proceed, Honourable Krele.
ngicela amanzi ukuthi ngilongishaya. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable members of this House, during his State of the Nation, the State President emphasized the importance of agriculture, forestry and fisheries as he gave feedback on the 9-point plan, with specific emphasis on the revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chains and the blue oceans economy. Collectively, agriculture, forestry and fisheries sector contributes over 70 billion to South African economy. Furthermore, this sector is notable as an employer, as an earner of foreign exchange, and as a supplier of raw material for the manufacturing sector. This sector has the best multiplier effect for every rand invested in terms of employment, exports, fiscal revenue, and economic outputs. However, this sector is currently facing the worst drought ever recorded in the history of South Africa. This drought is threatening the national priorities relating to the food security, job security, and the economic growth. This drought is affecting what will have to be the best year to come in the Republic of South Africa, making the producers even poorer. In the Sona, the President stated that 5 provinces have been seriously affected by drought, and government provides relief to affected communities. All provinces are under constant assessment, and further declaration have been and will continue to be made as the assessment are concluded. It is important to note that other mitigating and risk reduction program of government are continuing. A total package of just under 1 billion has been approved in addition to the 124 million allocated by provinces to assist the affected farmers with livestock feeds and livestock water. We are engaging the Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, and the Land Bank, who have already made available over 100 million to assist farmers with credit facilities related to drought. Regarding maize, the latest Crop Estimates Committee, which is a body consisting of government and the private sector, has revised the estimate maize imports to be 3.8 million tons, no more 6 million, to be 3.8. Logistical arrangements to ensure smooth imports of this maize have been made with industry role players. The latest showers experienced in parts of the country are welcomed because they will alleviate the current conditions to a certain extent. Government will continue to engage with sector stakeholders, including farmer organizations, to explore further options to alleviate the impact of drought. Apart from drought, the current global economic climate, which is not conducive, will also impact on the national priorities relating to food security, job creation, and economic growth of the sector. South Africa is part of global economy, and until we accept that we are also exposed to vagaries of world economies, turmoil, then we are living in the fool's paradise. Globally, approximately 795 million people are undernourished in the world, down 167 million over the last decade, and 216 million less than from 1990 to 1992. The decline is more pronounced in developing regions, despite significant population growth. Regionally, hunger in the region declined by 30% between 1990 and 1992 and 2015. This is accordance with the state of food insecurity in the World Report, SOFI, which is subsidiary of FAO, which happens to be a subsidiary organization of the United Nations. This 30% decline translates to approximately 1 person out of 4 in sub-Saharan Africa being undernourished today, compared to a ratio of 1% out of 3 in 1990 to 1992. In South Africa, nationally, about 14.1 million, which is 26% of people, are still predisposed to hunger and malnutrition, and therefore do not have enough food to eat, thereby increasing levels of absolute poverty every year. The figure steadily increased from 12 million in 2011, 13.6 million in 2012, 13.8 million in 2013. The top 4 provinces affected by food insecurity using absolute figures are KZN with 3.5 million, the Eastern Cape with 2.2 million, Gauteng with 2 million, and Western Cape with 1.8 million. Yes, Western Cape. The current situation, please lend me your ears. The current situation calls for coordinated food security interventions. This is not by accident and not because God is angry with us, but because of the systematic, orchestrated, and legislatively exclusion of the majority. That's why we're here. That's why I said, lend me your ears. We should lend me your ears and take it easy. We should not shy away. We should not shy away from the observation made by Henry Bernstein in his paper in 1996 titled Agrarian Question in South Africa in the Journal of Peasant Studies by Bernstein, volume 23 of the year 96. I quote, "The cumulative impact of the 1913 Land Act served to intensify pressure on subsistence and reproduction in the African reserves. Beginning in the 1930s, a series of government commissions warned of acute landlessness, overcrowding, severe soil erosion, the creation of desert conditions, and the specter of the mass starvation in the reserves." That's where we started. Not yesterday, not 94, in 1913, and continuously in the systematic way. Unfortunately, members, today, those who were busy with their grandparents, they are still sitting here and perpetuating the same thing. No. No. One big problem you have is that you don't want to listen. We come here and we listen to fairy tales of this paradise called Western Cape. Western Cape is counted here with the hungry South Africans, and I can assure you, they are not from Constantia. Definitely they are not from Constantia. They are from Khayelitsha, they are from Kenun, they are from Philip, they are from Walanga, they are from... They are definitely not from Constantia. That is why they will come here and sing about the paradise that they don't know. There is no paradise here. Mr. President, last Saturday, some of your members here, we visited a place called Millsboro, whatever you call it. But it's the West Coast. We met some women there. Yes, nonetheless, they are Western Cape citizens. And it happens, yeah, Western Cape, yeah. And it happens that they are black. That is why maybe before you hear their plight and their story, you say, whoa, because you know it could not have been your like that I met there. Race is fine. That's why I went to prison, because I was fighting racism. You were not there. You were not there. For the vote that you are here for, some of us were to die and be exiled and be arrested for you to vote, Mr. Honorable, to be here. These aunties, they argue to say they want to follow the program announced by the African Union, 1 woman, 1 hectare. But here they can't be helped by the government of the Western Cape. Not only that, there are also a smallholder farmers who have been trying themselves, but they don't get assistance of the government. There were once 157, but they have been killed in their activities. There are only 14 left. They say their government of the province, their government of local government does not see them because maybe they have some wrong color in their faces. Does not see them. They have approached, they have spoken to them, but the government does not see them. The problem, the national government gives grants to provincial governments to take care of those smallholder farmers, including this province. In 2013, this province was given 183 million for projects of drought, for projects of floods, and they used 5.5% of that 183. This province. But listen to this. Yes, 2013, sir. Floods, that's what I said. But listen to this. Listen to this. Some Africans, young Africans, together with young white patriots of South Africa, they went to Department of Agriculture here to be assistant to go and start their poultry industry. Indeed, they got it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. A certain big company that runs poultry here went to the agriculture department here to close them because they are competing with them, and indeed they shut them down. And indeed they shut them down. Those young people, black and white, who have come together to work their way forward, they were shut down because this government was approached by big business to shut them down because they were competing with them. Honorable Mr. Maiman, please help those and tell your government that gabantu nabo. Bangabantu nabo. Nabo bangabantu. I'll give you the information of those guys that were shut down, of those that they can't help. Please help them. We'll talk. Part of our turnaround, Mr. President, in all this what is happening, The revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chain focuses on our critical objectives, namely speeding up land reform, improving market access, producer support, and increasing production. President gave a glimpse of the progress made within this important area of 9-point plan, and I will briefly unpack the progress made with the revitalization. The President reported about the 27 proposals which were submitted by commercial farmers to pilot of 50-50 policy. Of the 27 proposals, 4 were approved and 3 were implemented. The implemented one were Breberry, Ostland, Diamond, all in Free State, and 1 in Eastern Cape. The agri-parks are continuing. The international markets are getting open for South Africa. That includes what was explained here by the Honourable Minister Davis about AGOA. And we are opening markets with the United States, but not only the United States. We have opened new markets with Japan, with Thailand, and other European countries. We are having markets with EU where we make 1 billion euros a year on our citrus fruit. We are here to salute, Mr. President, even those that under circumstances they are trying their best, like Mr. Kolefo Maponya and Kenneth Twala, who are making it in the industry of poultry. But the problem that has happened, because Maponya has paid about 2 billion in taking over the operations of the big company in the Republic of South Africa. The owners of that company, who happened to be the white big business, have cut off all his places to supply. So he has no place to supply because those that own that, like the shops that has been supplied, the outlets, now they've cut off because the owner of that place is black. So it's not just racism that the honorable members here talk about, but it's an economic racism that is taking place down there on the ground. And they come here and they complain about unemployment when they are busy manufacturing unemployment.
Honorable Kelly, the minister seems to be raising his hand there. What is it about, honorable member? What are you raising on?
Hand. No. I was just saying that honorable minister is correct, but his name is Kulufelo.
Honorable Minister, thank you for the correction, but please...
Fellow Maponya, Kulufelo.
Honorable Kele, proceed.
The department has introduced the compulsory service. Mr. President, we have, as Department of Agriculture, sponsored 123 vets that we have unleashed them in the rural areas there, where they'll be working with the small farmers to help them on their beef and their poultry stock, especially when it comes to provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Eastern Cape. But not only that, we have also sent the ambulances, animal ambulances, to go and work with them in these provinces. We just want to make a call that South Africans must just accept one another as South Africans and remind ourselves that we are here because some of us, we really suffered to be here. We were exiled, we died, I remember that there are too many graves that are still unidentified today. So if people can just accept that and don't take us back by bringing back Abo Bothan, Abo Herzog, and all who are scared of those guys. Don't bring them back here now. No matter how your wish is, don't wish Botha to come in. And one thing for sure, I'm not a monkey. And in front of me, I don't see monkeys. I see human beings. If somebody calls people monkeys, all of us, we must jump like monkeys. And we say, but we are not monkeys.
Honorable Pele, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Wilmot James.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to point out to the previous Honourable Speaker that those who were involved in the struggle do not sit on the right hand of the House alone. Deputy Speaker, the real value of health politics is when, as a famous playwright once put it, the nation's long sickness of health and living begins to mend. President Zuma mentioned in his government's plan to mend our long sickness of health with the National Health Insurance Scheme, which is an elaborate, overcomplicated, convoluted, and monumentally costly path to universal health care. Constitutionally and morally, there is no question that we must have universal health care. But, Deputy Speaker, why go to all this trouble and expense when all we need to do is fix what we've got? The NHI is nothing more than a Rolls-Royce that does not, in fact, address our basic health problems. Let's look at the issue of maternal mortality. The Medical Research Council confirms that about 1,500 pregnant mothers and mothers-to-be die every year. Limpopo has the highest maternal death rate, and the Western Cape has the lowest maternal death rate. Hear this Eastern Cape story, and I quote, "My uncle advised me, a young pregnant mom living with HIV told the Human Rights Watch, to call an ambulance when labor started, but I did not want to go to hospital. I was scared of how I would be treated," she said. "I hear nurses are very rude and they are rough." Even if she called the ambulances arrived too late or not at all. Tameka, a young East London woman very ill with TB, told the South African Human Rights Commission that when she asked a brother to call an ambulance, he was advised that it was, and I quote, "unlikely to arrive." They told us they did not come for bedridden patients. Our total ambulance fleet, colleagues, is 2,690, both public and private, but only half of them are in working order. Do we need the NHI to fix this problem? No, we don't. What we need is the following: an easy-to-remember emergency number like 911 called from any device. A national critical fund to underwrite all parts of the health system offering emergency services. The fund would ensure that all residents face equal access to the nearest treating facility, regardless of whether they are on medical aid or not. We need to have a national and provincial emergency services war rooms that track performance of ambulance response times. Honourable members, you know a public hospital is well run the minute you enter the premises. It is clean, it is visibly well organized, and it has no long lines of patients waiting for assistance. Most of our public hospitals are not well run and are terrible places in part in which to work. The African Health Placement had one doctor speak for many when he said that, and I quote, "Very poor management is one of the reasons I left. The management does its own thing and they do not care for doctors or patients." Do we need the NHI to fix this? No, we don't. The secret to good management is to appoint clinically qualified CEOs, to borrow from the private hospital systems and have robust protection against outside interference, political and commercial. Honourable members, medical waste removal is a critical back hospital function. In surprise visits to 5 hospitals, I found at Kimberley Hospital, West End Hospitals in the Northern Cape, and Sabi in Mpumalanga to be in very good shape. But 7 were breaking the strict regulations that govern medical waste segregation, storage, removal, and disposal. At Livingston, Port Elizabeth Provincial, and Utenate district hospitals, the infrastructure was so inadequate that I laid a charge with SAPS against the MEC for Health, Dr. Pumza Dianti, for violating the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the regulations issued under the National Health Act. At Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital in Johannesburg, boxes of infectious and needle stick waste were illegally stacked in an unsecured area to which children had access. The medical waste removal company Bushley had failed to collect the waste. Bushley's name also appeared on improperly stored waste at Mpumalanga's Rob Ferreira Hospital. Bushley has now been awarded, can you believe it, a contract recently for the Free State. Notorious for tender corruption and financial mismanagement, I have requested the Auditor General to launch an investigation into the sector. Do we need the NHI to fix this? No, we don't. Good and accountable management will do the job. The DA offers a much simpler route to universal health care that makes no additional fiscal demands. Let's drop the means test. Let's create a health subsidy for every citizen and legal resident. Let's keep the provinces as delivery agents, but allow them to buy from both the public sector and the private sector. Use the NHI conditional grant of R1 billion a year to underwrite the building and staffing of clinics nationwide. The Department of Health and the National Treasury has already agreed that the grant should be used to support the Ideal Clinic rollout, and we concur. I thank you very much.
Honourable Njaya, Jaisa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. For the first time, that AIC has been allocated 4 minutes to speak in Parliament. That is great. Just before I get into the State of the Nation address, let me just say this too. Sometimes they've got to be careful not to open the can of worms when we speak here. Sometimes we've got to be very careful not to open the can of worms when we speak here. Then number 2, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Honourable Chairperson, before I get into the State of the Nation address, I would like now to talk to my president here. My dear Honourable President, I would like to remind you about the meeting that we had on the 10th of October 2014 regarding the complaint about the incorporation, the imposed incorporation of Matatiele into KwaZulu-Natal. The views of the people of Matatiele were not considered. Even if after these people have spoken through the referendum that was initiated by the late Minister Stella Shikega. And Mr. President, you promised to come back to us. You never did. Please keep your promise. There's another crisis that is happening here. The Maluti district education has been dismantled because it has been divided into 3. Some schools have been taken to Pizana, others to Manfletcher, and some to Umzivubo. It means that that district has been dismantled, is no longer existing. So it is for the second time now that the people of Matatiele are being undermined under this democracy. Teachers and learners are not attending school. They are protesting because they are against this. Please, Mr. President, intervene. The economic situation in the country is in danger. The political state of affairs is at risk. South Africans are expecting proper service delivery and a report on the achievements that have been made by this very government. Mr. President, you didn't talk much about the clear plans to fight corruption. I was very much shocked when I heard about the mayor of Beaufort West, who was just fined 10,000 rand, having been found to be involved in the corrupt tender activities. This corruption is eating a lot into taxpayers' monies. Mr. President, you should have reported clearly on the plans that you have to fight or to combat this corruption in a state of the nation address. We have been having a lot of commissions here, then costing a lot of money from the taxpayers. Their recommendations are neither considered. Sometimes their reports are not released. What a waste of money. The President should explain the reasons why these reports now should not be released. The President was also expected now to announce the immediate turnaround strategy regarding the metering of our economy.
We regret your 4 minutes is over, sir.
I'm aware, Mr. President, that there is this...
Yes, it's over. When it's red, it means your time is over, sir. Councillor Nawa. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Jacob Zuma, the Deputy President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable members of the House, we thought it might be important before we give the response, it will be remiss of us not to correct what Honorable Julius have said. It's important. Firstly, let's clarify that it's very disrespectful for Honorable Julius to refer to the President as this man. And the people of the West Rand might be very disappointed on how Honorable Julius have referred to the President. On behalf of local government, Mr. President, the leadership of SALGA and generally the leadership of local government in our country, I was very happy to hear that the President has paid particular attention to the tensions of our country, in particular racism, that the President has been calm to bring back the calmness in the country. In fulfilling the mandate of the Freedom Charter, that we should build an unracial democratic South Africa. And we continue to do that at local government, President, that for us to serve our people, we don't choose color, nor race, nor tribe. We serve our people in full. And I'm sure as you would have intervened and brought support to local government, part of your program is not to look at the party, but to give support to all of municipalities. We're indeed very happy that in your speech you did make reference to the development of the going back to basic approach. We do want to confirm, President, that there's a lot of changes that are happening in local government. So the system is beginning to mature and pay back of what you said, that we need to refer to deal with corruption, to ensure that financial systems of municipalities are working, that we provide basic services. And that is happening, it's beginning to happen. We've seen a lot of municipalities move away from the red zone to a better zone because of your intervention. And that intervention was made a year ago, but today as we speak, Mr. President, there's a sign of change in municipalities. On the 5th of December 2015, the country was celebrating the 15-year evolution of local government in our country. And the journey has been characterized by huge opportunities and also challenges. And we should indicate that we have seen municipalities moving from paper pushing, but also to respond to the services of our people. And in this case, President, we have seen municipalities move from 1,000 local authorities to 283 of them, and the functionality is beginning to be shown as intervention. So the provision of basic services have improved tremendously in local government. Significant progress and milestones have been achieved during the term of the 15 years, but as we speak today, we are seeing municipalities responding to the challenge of service delivery. But that can only be because of the support that we receive from both national and provincial governments. And that support we acknowledge. Last year, President, you have mentioned that you are going to provide support to 43 distressed districts. And I must indicate today, because one of them is where I am a mayor, we have seen change. In a very short period, we have gone to train more than 1,000 youth in the community to respond to that challenge. And that is a work of leadership that we want to appreciate. President, we have also continued to deepen democracy and accountability in our communities. We are consistent and accurate in ensuring that we move municipalities from the red zone to the green zone, and to ensure that our system of local government does mature and we are able to respond to the capabilities that we were meant to do. Mr. President, it's important to indicate that the innovations in municipalities, a municipality in Balit and Kwakwatutuza, a small municipality that was historically known to be a holiday town, today it has become an anchor for the economy in its rural hinterlands, with a large commercial center and full service industry. And that for us has been how municipalities can evolve to become positive in our country. The city of Cape Town continues to invest in becoming a smarter and livable city. And I think we should appreciate that our cities are beginning to respond. The city of Sona, through Project Isizwe, has become so huge in changing the lives of those young people who go to university in that city. It has ignited the President, it has ignited excellence in that community. So we have seen young people change their lives in that. So it's important to make this point because the intervention of municipalities is huge in our communities. And so therefore, this matter of going back to basics is very critical. And it's actually have changed the lives of our people. The city of Tshwane, as I said, the city of Johannesburg. The city of Johannesburg is widening the Wi-Fi system, and I'm sure the communities and the people of Johannesburg will be extremely happy to see how local government can intervene in their lives. I must indicate, President, that we are also part of the Africa local government systems. Comparatively, local government in South Africa is by far better. It's uncomparable. It's uncomparable. And therefore, it's key that we appreciate the role that local government does in our country. And we will not, by some chance, overlook the fact that there are still challenges. Some of them are extremely stubborn and resilient. And those challenges we own are part of how we resolve them. We still have situations where inefficiencies, sense of corruption, but we are not saying we can drop the ball because those challenges are there. President, the last thing that I must say, recently you have invited us to be part of the Cabinet Lekgotla. And in the Cabinet Lekgotla, you explain the constraints of the country in relation to the economy. You have requested municipalities to also shave and to ensure that we respond to the challenge that we have today. And President, I must indicate that mayors are keen to be part and to contribute to your cause. That municipalities will reduce on non-issues and focus on detailed issues. Mayors also, President, have committed that we will also join you to do door-to-door to industry, to the firms that exist in our communities to ensure that they succeed and they become fruitful and they are able to employ communities so that we all can deal with the problem. So we are happy that you lead and then we will come at the local level to ensure that we work together to change the problems. And in the invite that you did to Salga and local government,
The premiers were invited. The premiers were invited. So it won't be correct. It won't be correct that it is said some premiers have a problem, because all premiers have gone back to say, how do we ensure that we respond to the challenge of the country. So I would, in this case, President, allow me to defend the Premier of Gauteng, David Makhura. That is a lie that he has a problem. There are those who seed and plant seeds of divisions. And when they have their own divisions, nobody plants those divisions. So we want to say, President, we have heard you where we can, as a local government, to ensure that we contribute to the betterment of this country. We are committed to work to that. And surely we will do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Honorable Masango.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, we have a social crisis on our hands. The ANC has broken its promise to deliver a better life for all. For most South Africans, life is bleak. As my colleagues have said, 8.3 million South Africans are without work in this country. That is the 8.3 million, many of whom are young people and breadwinners who are feeling discouraged and hopeless. Without hope, many are forced to turn to crime to support their loved ones and get caught up in substance abuse. The burden of support is increasingly falling on the elderly, who are forced to use their grants to support entire families. Add to all this, the dire state of economy, the rising food prices, and the drought, and we really face serious social challenges. Ukwentuleka komsebenzi esikhuluma ngako namhlanje, mungamele ngimhloniphayo, kuholela ebumpofini obungachazeki. Lobu bumpofu bunomthelela ezimpilweni zabantu, imkhakha yonke ezimpilo zabo. Kuyacaca ukuthi ngendlela esikhuluma ngayo nangendlela engizwa kungezwakala ukuthi kuthekani ngokuthi sizokwenzani ngale nkinga esinayo. Kufanele sizimisele ukuthi sizoba nabantu abazobulawa ingane kuleli lakithi ngenxa yalokhu kuntuleka komsebenzi. Le ngqinamba esibhekene nayo bakithi ithinta ezemfundo, ithinta ezempilo, and ithinta ezenhlalakahle. Okuyiwona mgogodla wenqubela phambili yemphakathi, ikakhulukazi abantu abahlala endaweni zasemaphandleni. Bese ke ubuyufaka nokuvalwa kwama-NGOs okwenza isimo esibhekene naso sibe mazonzo mongameli ngimhloniphayo. Madam Speaker, we risk being overcome by hopelessness, driven by
definitely not, Madam.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. We risk being overcome by hopelessness, driven by an uncaring government that has forgotten the poor and the most vulnerable in our society. In a context like this, our country needs, more than ever, a battalion of patriotic and skilled social services professionals that are trained to give practical help and guidance to those who need it most. The NDP, remember that document, state that a total of 60,000 welfare service practitioners will be needed by 2030 to meet South Africa's needs for social welfare. Yet, in October 2014, the Minister of Social Development advised that there were only 17,441 operational social workers in the country, and that is less than a third of what we need. As a result of the failure of government to fill these posts, South Africans suffering from the effects of crime, of drug abuse, and domestic violence are being left to fend for themselves. This is while more than 2,500 unemployed graduate social workers sit without jobs, and those jobs were promised by the department along with their bursaries. Their stories are heart-wrenching, Deputy Speaker. I would like to just share two of the many stories that I have received from these young people. and I open the quote. I am an unemployed social worker on a social development bursary. I'm from a disadvantaged family where nobody is working. I worked very hard at university to take my family out of poverty, only to be disappointed that the Department of Social Development promised us employment, but while we were interns, we were told via an SMS one Friday not to report for work on Monday. I feel like I need a social worker, close quote. Another story, Deputy Chairperson. An open quote. Going to university, please listen to this, please listen. Going to university was not easy since I have no one. I worked as a domestic worker to raise my registration fees. I got the DSD bursary, and sometimes I slept on an empty stomach. But I knew one day I would change my background and that of my community. But I'm still waiting. This is a real life story in this country. These graduates, one of whom said to me in a letter, and I quote, I had been dumped like a used condom. They want nothing more than to take their place in putting their hard-earned skills to use.
Honorable Masango, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Just to remind fellow South Africans, the journey we have traveled until we are gathered here in the different political parties that are gathered and representing you, South Africans. We are here because this year we're celebrating the sacrifices, the sufferings of our own brothers and sisters who joined and swelled the ranks of the glorious army of the people, Umkhonto weSizwe, which we are now celebrating 55 years of the founding of Umkhonto weSizwe. People died, went to prison, others are still unemployed and are not actually making any much noise because they understood that freedom, victory is certain. Freedom or death, victory is certain. You are here thanks to those who were in the founding of Umkhonto weSizwe. We are here today, Honorable Maimane and your ilk, out of the struggles of women who were this year celebrating their glorious and determination to march to the union buildings against freedom 60 years ago. And we are saying, indeed, you must be grateful that it is through the African National Congress and those gallant warriors, those women, flowers of our revolution, that you're sitting here today and we have the audacity to challenge the commitment of those who are in this side. Because those who were there in the liberation struggle, who are on this side, are easily known as sellouts, traitors who have sold the revolution. We gathered here today, honorable members, fellow South Africans, because of the determination of the African child in Soweto in 1976, who said enough with Bantu education, and a system that we are still trying to uproot until today, a system that has really messed this country. Unraveling that system, of course, it will not be a responsibility an achievement we can make within a period of 20 years. We celebrate 40 years of the selflessness of the students of Soweto. Bravo to those young lions of the 1976. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma alluded to the realities of climate change that has created an unprecedented high drought levels in South Africa and the world over. And notwithstanding the realities of climate change, he has also considered to the fact that the issues of water are just as good as the issues of inequality in terms of land ownership and the ownership of mineral resources in our country. Water has been used as another means of continuing to undermine our people, making them prosperous as emerging farmers, as an old lady in Kanyagute, in Pitidi Sulejang, in Zirast, and all of us, we know that in the last 20 years, indeed, there's a good story to tell about water. When we came in, 36% of South Africans had access to clean water.
Minister, please take your seat, Honorable Minister.
I'm very busy.
Please take your seat, Honorable Minister. Let the member speak first.
Oh.
Yes. What are you raising, Honorable Member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, would the Honorable Member there take a question?
What you are dealing with now, it's not only the issues of drought, it's also the realities of the mess that we have inherited, whilst we have also been able to make a big difference that in 1994, only 36% of South Africans had access to clean water. Bravo to the African National Congress, that today, more than 86% of South Africans have access to water.
Let's hear a point. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Wait for the Minister to sit down, please.
Yes, Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
Yeah, I'll take it from you, not you.
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Speaker, is there any reason why the Minister is shouting?
Honorable Minister, proceed, please. Honorable Member, please.
I'm doing it so that you don't drum up my voice. I want South Africans to hear me, not you noisemakers. Honorable members, in response to the challenges that have bequeathed our country, as we celebrate our little contribution of dealing with inequalities in terms of provision of water, we have done the following. As we speak today, we have been able to protect through water restrictions almost the little that we have, and the country now stands at 53%, which the risk, had we not put our plans together, we could have been at 28%. In the past, we were abstracting 9% of groundwater, and today, with our mitigating interventions, we now have doubled to 18% of the current water mix. 123 boreholes have been refurbished and brought back into operation. 219 new boreholes in this period of the drought are now operational with the support that comes from COCTA, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and the partnership with our provincial governments. 1,575 boreholes still required to be supplemented with existing surface water to deal with those that are not in the northern suburbs of our areas, who are using more than 46% of our water to irrigate and also sprinkle your gardens and your jacuzzi. We're talking about Umadlamini. We're talking about Mema Mulefe in Zirast, who is as yet to receive drinkable water. Ours is not about looking at those who have a business to attend to the have-nots. The President also alluded, honorable members, to some of the augmentation schemes that are now under infrastructure development. Clan William Dam raising here in the Western Cape, because South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Western Cape is South Africa. We will improve the infrastructure because we care. We are dealing with the interventions. Mzimvubu, there will be site occupation by the end of March finally. We have the Hazelmere Dam. We have the phase 2 of Lesotho, which during the time of backwater was meant only to supply Gauteng. Now the pipeline will stop in the Free State, will go to Joe Kabi, will get into the KwaZulu-Natal province, because all shall be equal before the law. That's what we are trying to do. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Let's talk about facts. Let's talk about reality. Of course, we know that additional transfers will be required, and hence we are breaking new ground with the exploration of desalination, the distribution of water tankers, and also the rain harvesting solutions, and educating our people on how to manage and conserve water. Our people understand us better because politics don't bring water into a community. Development brings water. Those who are involved in the dirty politics game will back a moving vehicle. We want to also thank fellow South Africans again, because some of you might not know because we are not there. We have earned this freedom out of the selflessness of our people, with the ANC being the leader of this liberation movement. And what does that mean with this issue of water? Our people have risen. Our people have risen, and hence hashtag Operation Hydrate. Because again, Musutu Wite, Sidikwa Kinchapedi Hasitat. We want to thank you fellow South Africans who have made interventions in this regard. We want to thank the black and white, young and old, who have taken it upon themselves to say, if another South African somewhere in this country doesn't have access to water, let me make my own contribution. Izandla ziyagezana. Handing over the results of the 2015 KwaZulu-Natal Citizen Satisfaction Survey to the Premier of KZN, Dr. Padile Hotla said, quality statistics are an invaluable conduit of trust among citizens and between nations, and not cheap politics. Let me tell you the good story. On health and social development in this country, life expectancy of South Africans for both males and females has significantly improved, and it is currently 26 years across all genders, when in fact, in the past, it was far below the age of 62. It was in the age limits of 55. HIV and AIDS in the period of 2009 and up to date our programs led to a massive rollout of HIV testing. Our social grants have made a mitigating intervention amidst the realities of global economic recession and also joblessness that the private sector has not actually come to the party to deal with. At least abazali bayakwazi ukuthi ingane zilale zidlile. Isinkwa siba khona emakhaya. On education, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. I want to show you the misery of the Western Cape and the capacity of this government in the Western Cape. You say you are a top performer. Top performers say food. Let me tell you. Top performer.
Honorable member, withdraw that. There's no debate.
Oh, Inyawo. Oh.
No, withdraw it, honorable.
Okay, I do. Well, top performer, incoming as Alumuntu, as Kulumen Log. Just looking at the ANA results of 2014, Gauteng province, the average mark was 73.9. The Western Cape, 71.9. On the percentage of learners, Gauteng was 87.4, and the Western Cape was 85.1 in grade 1 because Ligotwa Lisemans. We have done that. Again, the Western Cape can't claim the issues of this place being a paradise. For 3 successive years, the Western Cape has not been the top performer on education. It was Gauteng, it was Free State, and it is now the Northwest. Sefood. I think it can be correct.
Honorable Minister,
oh, sorry.
You can't say that again. Okay, you are out of order.
Yes, I really apologize. I'm saying
Honorable
nothing
Minister,
can be a top.
Honorable Minister, I didn't hear you withdraw. Please do so.
Nyakolis, I do. Let's talk about improving the quality of life of our people. In the history of this country, there's never been this kind of a whooping development in terms of sustainable human settlements. We're speaking today, more than 16 million South Africans now have access to a home. When you were running the city of Johannesburg under separate development in Alexander, you made Alexander a little corner, a dumping site, a refuse site, and the ANC, within a period of 20 years, under a democratic local government, we have changed and we are battling to change Alexander. Tomorrow will be better than when we were in charge of Johannesburg.
On a point of order.
Yes. Take your seat, Honourable Minister.
The Minister is misleading the House. I did not create Alexandra.
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order.
She's misleading the House. That is a point of order.
No. Take your seat.
In the Western Cape, as recently as last year in October, we conducted a handover of housing units together with President Jacob Zuma here in Kualanga. Your own premier was shy to come because she had not put even a farthing, because the black life does not count, only the vote count. She never pitched up. And in that particular project, the ANC-led government, again, because South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, including those that continue to suffer the remnants and the bitter taste of separate development here in Western Cape, will never be left unattended to by us. We have now been able to deliver a whooping 14,000 homes without a farthing from you, without a rent from you, because your money is about protecting Constantia and many other parts. Today, the people of Khayelitsha were given buckets that they were supposed to use like pillows in their homes. What a shame from you. What we had to do, we had to put in a pilot project in Site C and Site B, because the life of an African is important, and equality also belongs to our people. You can say bullshit. I'm not going to ask you to withdraw. You bark at a dog barks on a moving vehicle. Continue to bark. The other thing that I want to raise is that as we deal with these issues,
Deputy Speaker, I was asked to withdraw the word rubbish earlier. I would wonder if you rule whether the word bullshit is parliamentary.
That's him who said bullshit.
Name him. Name who said that?
Let me tell you. Yes, I can explain.
Yes.
I don't know the old man there who looks like an old Verkramte.
No.
Who said?
Honourable Member.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honourable Minister, don't spoil it. Let's do it quickly, please. Honourable,
I withdraw, but he looks very
Can I deal with this matter?
I'd like to make.
If you keep talking, I can't deal with the minister and the person who is alleged to have said. I will deal with the question here. Give me space. Allow me to do this. Please, let me finish. Is that okay? I will talk to two members who said that. Which honourable member said bullshit there?
The man who said bullshit is the one, you can hear he's reacting. You keep quiet. You keep quiet. I'm talking to that man, the honourable member there at the back.
Actually, you're talking to the Speaker. You're not talking to any honourable member. You're talking to the Speaker. Don't
Honourable
address
members.
us.
Honourable members. Order. 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 Honourable members, please. Honourable Minister.
Yes, sir.
I heard how you said you may say that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it is also wrong to say it. Honourable member who said it, you are out of order and you shouldn't be throwing insult in the House.
I've said bushes. Bushes. I've said they use bushes for toilets. That's what I said.
Honorable members, honorable members, can you stop using filthy language in the House?
What was the...
Honorable member, the minister said you may say that. Now listen to what the honorable member explains what he said. Okay? Is it ridiculous to suppose that they heard each other differently? Who said? No, honorable members, this is a, please don't do that. Don't, honorable members, both, I have said both the minister and the member who spoke.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, please.
Let me finish, Honorable.
Please help us. Please help us.
Yeah, but you don't help me if you speak when I'm speaking.
No, but the DA is disrupting the Speaker deliberately. They are doing it to disrupt. Why are you allowing them?
There will be order in this House. There will be order in this House. And honorable members, you will be ordered. And I'm going to come back to this thing tomorrow. Honorable members, it's important that when you throw stones at each other, you expect us to be fair in how we approach these things. So whatever is said here, which is out of order, will be ruled on promptly and so on. I heard what the minister said exactly. And she said, you may say that, okay? All right? Yeah, she's repeating what she assumed she heard there. And the member stands up and explains what he said. All right? No, you are fortunately saying it in here. It must be recorded. We will deal with it properly. It is incorrect for you to throw insult at each other. It's just simply nonsense. It's incorrect. It's incorrect. Honorable Singh,
yeah,
what are you raising on, sir?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member.
We do realize that the Speaker at the podium is the Honorable Minister of Water and Sanitation. But we don't expect sanitary words to be used in this House. You've got to maintain the dignity of this House. Thank you.
Honorable Singh, you are not helpful at all.
He's helpful.
Honorable Member, yes?
He's helpful.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there have been rulings in this House before that in the course of debate we don't make comments about the personal appearances of members or what they're wearing.
Yes.
And I would ask that when you're looking at Hansard, that you look at what the Honourable Member said about the Honourable Groenewald looking like an O for Krumpter.
Yeah.
Whether you find that that's parliamentary as well, because that is a comment that's putting towards somebody's personal appearance.
All right, I'll do that. Honourable.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is also not parliamentary to stand up at the podium and stick out a tongue to the members of this side of the House.
Honourable members, Honourable Minister, please proceed, and please can you help us that none of the flowery language must be used in the House,
yes.
please.
Yes.
Please help us do that.
Yes.
We are going to come back as requested by members to look at that Hansard to clearly issue an appropriate rulings on those matters. We don't accept foul language in the House. It's incorrect. Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The honourable members.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to address myself to the investment that this national government of the people of South Africa continues to invest in the very municipalities here in the Western Cape, under the Western Cape provincial government. In the Citrusdale wastewater treatment works, in the West Coast District Municipality, it is us who are making interventions because the very provincial government finds it not befitting to assist in improving that wastewater treatment because who is it serving? The farm workers. They are not important. The rural communities, they are not important. Where does their money go to? Constantia. in the Cape Winelands, it is this national department, in the best interest of our own people, who is now investing on dealing and rehabilitating the park.
Please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member.
I don't know which fraction or faction from the ANC this minister is representing, but she's just told a blatant lie to Parliament, and she should withdraw that. It's
Honourable
a blatant
Member.
lie.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
What you are saying is unparliamentary, you know that. You can't say a member is lying. You know that. Deputy Chief Whip, you know that. Honourable Member, withdraw that. You know that.
The minister, from whatever faction...
No.
Is telling untruths.
Honourable Waters, you know it is wrong to say a member is lying, and you do so without any substantiation of what you are saying.
I wish you'd had the same ruling with the minister, but I do withdraw that. And I would like to say that she is misleading this House.
Okay. Go ahead, Honourable Minister.
There's only one minister from the ANC who will know the facts about these matters, not you. On some of the projects that we are dealing with in the Cape Winelands District Municipality, the Pearl Bulk Sewer System will support nearly 60,000 beneficiaries, demonstrating once more that this ANC-led government works in all provinces because South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. The people of the Western Cape, those who are not attended to, deserve a better life. And that's why we're intervening. Honourable members, much as the main opposition party pretend to be so holy, attempting to even rival Pope Francis, the reality reveals the opposite. For example, Patricia de Lille, whilst leader of the Independent Democrats, illegally instructed Swellendam Council to invest 6 million in Quadrix, a company that ran finances for the ID. Till today, she has never explained her role in this matter, nor has the DA ever called her to account on it. Tell no lies, claim no victories. As we speak, she is busy selling prime public open spaces in Clifton to friends of hers, bypassing legal counsel processes, and again, the DA shows no signs of action. The very same mayor of this metro is forcing the building of houses on land zoned for agriculture in Philippi. In regard to the extensions to the convention center, this metropolitan government continues to apply irregular interventions by appointments of wrong architects, people who are now continuing to do wrong things. Fraud continues. Here where we are told it is Kanana. Here in the Western Cape, it's Sodoma and Gomorrah. To Honourable Member Musi Maimane, the latest poll that has been conducted by New World Health indicates that the DA is losing its traditional support base under your leadership. Of the 650 ordinary South Africans who were interviewed and they were asked as to who they would vote for in 2019, 8% said they will vote for the DA, contrary to the 22% the DA got in 2014. It is because the DA of Helen Suzman is gone. It is the DA of racists who are coming from KwaZulu-Natal. It is the DA of racists who are even keeping our own information from our own state security agencies, and they say they've deleted the information. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. You are obstructing the means of justice through your actions. Again, developments in Soweto, honourable members, within the Democratic Alliance, again indicates that the Soweto DA members have come to realize that indeed what matters for the DA is the black vote and the numbers that will be part of a march when Musi leads a black DA march on behalf of the remnants of white supremacy and minority rule.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
I'm raising on a point of order. It's not Musi, it's the Honourable Maimane.
Sorry?
It is Honourable Maimane.
Yes, Honourable Minister, please go ahead. Yeah.
I forgot Honourable Maiman. In her own words, a patriot who is a former leader of the opposition says the DA needs to address internal race issues. 2, the DA should also reflect on hurtful and inaccurate internal party narratives that presume white competency whilst labeling black leaders as products of the generosity of white counterparts and white supremacists. That's Lindiwe Mazibuko for you. You are following, they will deal with you also, Musimaiman. On the EFF, for the record, wherever he is, he will get feedback. When the African National Congress National Executive Committee deliberated on the recalling of the former President Thabo Mbeki, he himself, Julius Malema, will recall that he spoke longer than everybody there, huffing and puffing, moving up and down like a headless chicken. And for the record, it was President Zuma, Comrade Pallo Jordan, and SG Gwede Mantashe who have vehemently opposed to the motivation and the decision of the entire collective that included Trevor Manuel and everybody that you think is better. Only those 3. But because they were persuaded by the view of the majority, that decision prevailed. Blame no individual. You can ask for forgiveness. It is important, but awindoda yamampela, awindoda tembekayo, awumholi wakusasa, awuyena umholi oqotho, indoda ekhashwe esifubeni akusiyona indoda. Honorable Member Terra Likota, wherever you are, but you'll find it on Hansat. All those who have watched a movie called Dead Men Walking, surely you will agree there is no basis for us to waste more time talking about him. You can find it on YouTube, President, in your spare time. You'll understand what I'm talking about. You can find it in your electronic gadgets. You'll realize the kind of man, because as he walked out on the State of the Nation address, those who had him walking through these corridors overheard him saying, I will never forgive President Zuma. That man was sent to the Free State to go and recall me and put Ace Makhashula as the premier. Sifela logo. When President Zuma was assigned by President Thabo Mbeki on behalf of the ANC national leadership to go and deal with that, a man who is not at peace with himself, who steals even an initiative of Puambazi Mashilowa and makes it his, that's what will happen to him. Dead man walking. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, as we all have been informed by the IEC that voter registration will take place on the 5th and 6th of March in preparation for local government, let us all encourage our countrymen and women, young and old, to register to vote, because local government is in your hands. To the youth of South Africa, those who are unemployed, those who need access to education, don't listen to those who have not provided alternatives, but are forever challenging what the ANC wants to do. Because for you, you do not matter, as long as you are with them in their march, but they will bring Herman Mashaba and not allow the Johannesburg and the Soweto structures of the DA to decide who's a ward candidate. They want to impose. Ours is a government and an ANC that is humble. Sometimes we concede to our own mistakes, because it is only those who are in action who commit mistakes. How putile matso utla etsa jwang diphoso ho lona batho ba naha ya bo rona. Seo le se utlwileng ka President Jacob Zuma ke morero wa rona wa utswelisa pele lenaneo la rona la National Development Plan, le hlaisang maikemisetso a rona a ho fetola naha ya bo rona hore ebe naha e re ikgantshang ka yona. Ha bohloko maemo a tsa economy, maemo a tsa loapi ke ona a re sitang empa hanyane re a tseba yeo a neng a sena ntlo maobane o na le yona re a tseba yeo a neng a nwa metsi le diphoofolo o teng a sa fumaneng re ho wena ho sasa tlohelang bao ba ntse ba bogola ka hobane ya rona ke ntwa ya tokoloho e re sokang re tla iqeta ka dilemo tse 20 ka hobane re lokisa manyofonyofo a fetang dilemo tse fetang 300 inkinga esibhekene nayo akusiyona inkinga esiqalile inkinga esithole ikhona kepha siziqhenya ngokuthi esikwenzile azange kuke kuyenzwe womunye umbuso la eNingizimu Afrika ngaphandle kwa-African National Congress izandla ziyagezana abantu bakithi sebenzisanani no-African National Congress there is no human being who is perfect but we must appreciate the efforts made by this collective those who were there with us before and are on this side are traitors thank you Nyabong.
Honorable Gowam.
They're taking my time.
Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Trowama is ready to address you. Please give him a chance.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. It is unfortunate the EFF is not here. But Honorable President, on behalf of Arang, we must apologize for what actually happened on the State of the Nation address. Honorable President, when we criticize you with love, not with hate. I just want to emphasize that, Honorable President, tomorrow you must tell us, Honorable Julius Malema is a spoiled brat. You must tell us, is a spoiled brat for who? Because my children are not spoiled brats. I just want to say to the EFF, we cannot become victims of their sheer arrogance, childish stunts, and tantrums forever. Their stunts are more similar to Nyaupe side effects. Honorable President, when you took office, I was very happy, Honorable President, because your history is a history that has experiences of a warrior. I thought when you took office that you will help us to achieve total emancipation as black people. I thought also that, Honorable President, at this point in time, will have achieved at least economic emancipation. Honorable President, we agree with you that racism stinks, racism is a bad breath, and then I want to warn those racists that they have killed us in the past, we forgave them. They raped us, we forgave them. They destroyed our culture, imposed their way of living on us, we forgave them. I just want to say they must desist from their sheer arrogance also and help us to repair this colossal damage in our country. Honorable President, I just want to emphasize that please, Honorable President, please let's finalize the minimum wage because the minimum wage will also help our poor communities to lift themselves up of the state of misery. Honorable President, we want to say also that this issue of the willing buyer and willing seller is not working at all. I'm emphasizing, Honorable President, that we need to have a time frame. We cannot allow ourselves to perpetuate the status quo where our people are still living landless. The other thing, Honorable President, I want to say is that we need to protect this democracy, irrespective from political parties that we come from.
Honorable Tlowama, I'm afraid your time is over.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Honorable Greiler.
Deputy Speaker,
Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Who's talking? Yeah, honorable member.
Is it not in order, Deputy Speaker, today to give Honorable Tlomama more time?
We are in full support of that. Honorable Deputy Minister, parcel your generosity outside the House. Not here. Thank you very much. Honorable Member, please proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, the drought that has visited our land has affected big, small, formal and informal farming sector, depending on the proximity to the scarce source of water. In this regard, the United Democratic Movement suggests that the drought relief intervention, whether at planning or implementation stage, should target the small and informal farmers too, as their contribution to providing food security and fight poverty is relevant. Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure needs of the country present themselves as an opportunity and threat, while we want to position our country as an investment destination, but the dire need for infrastructure remains a repelling effect. We are happy that transport infrastructure was identified as a catalyst for economic growth, but the sad reality is that this has just become an academic exercise, because if you go to Eastern Cape, for instance, and ask for a transport infrastructure master plan, you will never find one. In addition to the socio-economic infrastructure of the rural areas does not keep up to standard to respond to the ever-increasing demands, the current interventions are insufficient as they tend to benefit urban areas. In this way, a better rural livelihood will be difficult to realize. In this regard, the UDM suggests that a realistic, reasonable, and requisite rural infrastructure development grant be created. Such a grant will first help to address the rural infrastructure backlogs, unlock the great potential located in rural areas. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as the campaigning of the local government election has started, we call on an end to the blandishment of basic service to sway voters in favor of their ruling party. Already we have witnessed government activities being turned into party rallies at the expense of other citizens. In these government activities, party members and officials in full regalia of their party intimidate other members of the public and openly campaign in government platform. Food parcels and expanded public jobs like the war on water leaks in Port Elizabeth are already campaign instruments. Such abuse of public office is breach of oath and neglect citizen undermines as the constitutional right of the people. Last 2015, in your State of the Nation address, you said that all tenders are going to be centralized. There will be a state tender board that will be situated in the Treasury Department. We would like you tomorrow to report, at least report to the nation, but how far are you with that? It's very important. Banbaguti has lalin. Lendo ye drought affecta nale yethu province Eastern Cape. Sithi ke Deputy Minister ngokubulapha kuyafuneka bajonge nabantu bahluphekayo aba balahlelwe inkomo enye nenkomo ezimbini, because balahlekelwe imali yabo yonke, inzuzo yabo yonke, bajonge kulento ye drought. Ungajonga abakhulu kuphela. Niyakwazi uzenza izinto zingabajonga abantu abangananto, kodwa nithi nanithethayo nithi nilungiselela abantu. Ubana uyangaphi Eastern Cape koSuzwe livelile, akukho ndlela, ziphelile indlela kwezalala zase Eastern Cape. That is why we say that kufuneka there must be infrastructure grant to address into zase rural, because as Mali president ziya ezidorophini, aba masipala basezantsi abajongwanga, bakhona abantu base-Eastern Cape bayonqena uthetha ubana bafuna uzenza i-ANC bhetele konakele ngaphayana. So sithi bavoti bakuthi ubana urhulumente akanincedi, votelani ipati, votelani UDM ngo-2016. Inkosi.
Siyabonga. The Honorable Mbinda.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order.
Yeah.
Order.
let me take this opportunity to invite the citizens of this country to celebrate the life and the contribution that was made by Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, the first president of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. He is the only prisoner throughout the world who, after he completed his sentence, then a special law was made specifically for him. There is no other one. And then as PAC, our minds and hearts are with the trapped miners in Barberton. And without, taking it further, I hope that once those miners are rescued, at least there should be a commission just to investigate, because I am hoping that there was a geological report, more especially. I hope that it's not the same public corruption that we are normally faced with. In order to deal with the issues of economy in this country, we have been saying, Babungwindi and the rest, that we need to deal with the issue of the land question. And we are saying, as long as you don't repeal Section 25 of the Constitution, our people will remain landless, they will remain in poverty, unemployed, and so forth. So we need to deal with that issue. At least by now you understand, we have taught you as PAC that when we talk land, we mean wealth of the country. On the issue of cost cutting, Mr. President, I think you should take lessons from Tanzania, because the issue here is your bloated cabinet structure. It's not the other, cosmetic issues that you mentioned the other day. I understand that you see your ministers have been here. Tohwana, they have tried their best to cloud issues, although they are not responding to the issues that are affecting our people. Because our people, as you know, whatever they were saying here, even if the project, including the projects that they were talking about, they do not translate into the poor people of this country. They have tried to cloud issues, of course, and I understand that at the end of the day, they need to keep their positions. E-projects that your ministers are referring to, they normally benefit only those who are closer to the government.
Your time has expired.
Yeah. And thank you very much.
Before I call the next speaker, honorable members, I'm not saying you should not speak to the person next to you, but keep it down. The noise levels drown out the speakers on the podium. The Honorable Mutara.
His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, leaders of all political parties represented in Parliament, honorable members of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chairperson, Honorable James is correct when he reminds us that those who participated in the struggle do not only sit on the right of the House. He is correct, those who actively participated in the struggle also sit on the left. They perpetuated divisions, enabled the struggle of the majority to continue by funding it, by actively participating in the oppression. So yes, those who participated in the struggle are in this House. All over South Africa, in fact. The question is, which side of the struggle were you on? At its annual celebration held in Rustenburg this year, the ANC celebrated 104 years of its formation. We declared there, as we have done decades before, and will continue to do for generations to come, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. We reaffirmed then, as we have done decades before, and will continue to do for generations to come, that the strategic objective of the ANC remains to create a country which is united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous. and we enjoin on all South Africans, united in our diversity, to create this country we dream of. We declared this the year of advancing people's power, placing active citizenry at the center of our society's development. It is a fact that historic injustices meted out on the majority of South Africans based on race and gender have continued to present deep divides in our society. Decades ago, the ANC included in its constitution, in its aims and objectives, the realization that in order to turn back the tides of poverty and inequality, we will have to actively address racism and sexism. Both these ills are a societal construct and are as a result of long-term psychological indoctrination, which all of us collectively must seek to destroy and replace with a foundation that is unshakable, formidable in strength and character, and which will ultimately give birth to the South Africa we wish to create. This is but just some of the ideological and founding principles of the ANC. I really have to question, what authority does the leader of the opposition have to explain or even lecture us on what the ANC is or should be? What do you know about the ANC? I mean, it was only last week, 21 years after democracy, 19 years after the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic, that your federal executive and federal council took a final decision on members of the DA voluntarily taking a pledge against racism. Whereas when joining the ANC, you declare that you will abide by the aims and objectives of the ANC. Perhaps in the creation of this new South Africa, we have unfortunately taken for granted that every citizen bought into the idea of a country belonging to all who live in it, regardless of one's gender or race. It has become clear, however, beyond mere name-calling, that some amongst us are stuck in the past and refuse to embrace everyone as part of the human race. Whether you eat malamogodu, skopo, mautwana, umnushu, umlekwa, amasonja, or enjoy, as I do, a good plate of curry, what should matter not is the complexion of our skins, but whether we are able to unite and build this nation we claim to call home. Racism in all its forms and manifestations must be rooted out, and those who continue to harbor hatred and venom in their hearts and minds for those of a warmer skin tone must feel the discomfort and displeasure of their communal backwardness. It comes as no surprise that Honorable Van Dam likened the ANC to an old age home. The practice of sending your older loved ones to an old age home is both un-African and, in my humble view, disrespectful. It is clear that there is just no coherence in the DA. As on the one hand, you want to embrace the values of Ubuntu and an African identity, yet you easily and without hesitation identify with the Eurocentric practices of old age homes. There is value in history and experience, and one can learn from those who came before us. Without a doubt, as young members and leaders of the ANC, we become extremely impatient with our elders, even annoyed at times.
Honorable Mutara, please take your seat. Is that a point of order?
Will the honourable member take a question on old age homes?
Honorable Mutara, will you take a question?
No.
No, sir. Please continue.
We become extremely impatient with them, even annoyed at times, but without their guidance and political tutelage, we run the risk of not having a value set entrenched in our actions and ideological perspective. As young South Africans, young members and leaders of the ANC, we say, "Regalimela lenyatso." We know our leaders and predecessors. You even claim them as icons and leaders of honor. But as well as we know our own, we equally know yours. You may have relegated them to some old age home somewhere, but some refuse to go. Young South Africans remain an asset of this country. For any asset that we should engage ourselves in. Firstly, define your investment goals and equally define your risk. Our goal remains the creation of a national democratic society, but our risks are many. Some are easy, camouflaging themselves as better revolutionaries, but with enough time and pressure emerge to show their as possible and remain invested for as long as possible. Young people must be educated, both in revolutionary theory and practice, as well as within those streams that will deliver a patriotic citizen who will be active agents of change. Thirdly, develop the right expectations and take a long-term view. Our long-term view or strategic objective is the creation of a non-sexist, non-racial, united, prosperous, and democratic country. The ANC must continue to invest vigorously in this national asset of young minds and young leaders. Our expectation is that ultimately this is what we will achieve. And lastly, but probably the most difficult to do, manage emotions. In economic terms, people make the mistake of believing that money is rational. So too do we make the mistake of believing that human beings are rational. But sadly, we have been proven wrong, and there are some seriously irrational South Africans. We still hope that they too will come around. I've just shared 4 basic principles in economics on how to correctly invest in assets. Of course, the negative result of cashing in on a so-called investment too early can be seen in the negative return on investment demonstrated in the red corner of the house. Impatient, unwilling to learn, they can be better characterized as a scheme gone wrong, leaving us bankrupt and penniless. Honorable Milam, I am absolutely convinced that you have no idea and no clue as to what the role of civil society and NGOs are. Did the city of Cape Town stop the 2 NGOs who assisted those 68 people left destitute after fire in Khayelitsha and the Boerkaap left them destitute? Did the city of Cape Town stop and say, wait, hold on? No, disaster management is our role and our responsibility, and we will address the issue. When we call on citizens to become active participants in bettering the lives of South Africans, NGOs and civil society are part of that call, and we thank you for playing their role. Madam Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to commend the President and his team for meeting with business leaders. As the ANC, we have been calling on the private sector to join hands with government to play their part and contribute towards stimulating the economy. Drastic situations call for drastic measures. We know that we have serious challenges owing to the economic decline, and it's going to take all of us, individually and collectively, to get the economy going. It's the only way that poverty, unemployment, and inequality will be reversed. As a proud resident of Gauteng, I must congratulate the ANC-led city of Joburg for receiving a notch upgrade from Fitch Ratings Agency. If the economic hub is on the incline, demonstrating good governance, sound debt management, it will continue to inspire investor confidence in South Africa. As the economic hub inclines, so will the rest of the country. Congratulations, Honorable Mayor Parkstow, a proud product of the ANC. Honorable Maiman, a child of Soweto, you should be proud of your mayor. We certainly are. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, allow me to quote a famous paragraph in a book by the eminent revolutionary Karl Marx, which is titled 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, when he says, and I quote, "Men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living. And just as they seem to be occupied with revolutionizing themselves and things, creating something that did not exist before, precisely in such epochs of revolutionary crisis, they anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service." And I close quote. As they engaged in protracted struggle to make their own history, the masses of our people who sacrificed everything for the victory of the first strategic objective of the National Democratic Revolution, they achieved this objective under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. As the ANC, we want to reassure the people of South Africa that we remain committed to walk with them, side by side, along the long and hard road to freedom. always conscious of our obligation to serve them and pursue the goals of the revolutionary transformation. Siyaquba, riyamuva, ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Mbele. Order. Order. You may continue, Honorable Mbele.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. For those of us who are familiar with the fictional comic and cartoon world of Superman,
order.
We'll remember that Clark Kent works at a newspaper called the Daily Planet. And judging by what we've heard from the ANC speakers today, they clearly fancy themselves as being reporters of good stories to tell for the Daily Planet Zuma. The first Daily Planet Zuma reporter up on the podium was the Honorable Patel, who came here and essentially gave us a long list of empty promises, delivered with the cherry on top that they will undertake to act against corruption in infrastructure projects. What a joke. The fact is, this entire side of the House spent the last year defending misuse of public funds in Nkandla. How on earth can we take you seriously? You have zero credibility when it comes to fighting corruption. And speaking of Nkandla, isn't it interesting that only ministers and deputy ministers spoke in the debates yesterday and today? Not a single normal National Assembly ANC MP. Could this be the after effects of the ANC caucus having been thrown under the bus?
Point of order.
So only those who own their positions. Please take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority.
I think the Honorable Mbele needs to be corrected. It's not true that only deputy speakers, deputy ministers and ministers, even Mutara in front of her, is not a normal in this room.
Point taken. You are so corrected, sir.
Chairperson, I said National Assembly MPs. The NCOP is a different house. I stand correct. So could this be the after effect of the caucus, the National Assembly caucus, being thrown under the bus, so only those who owe their positions directly to President Zuma were willing to defend his State of the Nation address? Moving on to our second reporter, the Honorable Jumat Peterson, who quite frankly appears to have it twisted. It is the Western Cape government that has created an enabling environment to attract and secure investments in this province. The DA provincial government has done the legwork, and the investment successes she points to are not because of you, but in spite of you. Chairperson, in addition, I would caution the minister against boasting too much or too loudly about being chased by Japanese men, or having them line up to see her. Otherwise, people just may start thinking that she is a geisha. And in fact, all her rambling and theatrics earlier make one suspect that perhaps she may have been downing some sake before this sitting. It's no wonder, in fact, that her own home province of the Northern Cape did not re-elect her on their candidate list in 2014. No. And she had to jackknife herself into the ANC's Western Cape list so that she could become an MP. What a shame. And after she spent so much of her speech boasting about her Northern Cape pride. The Honourable Manamela spends a lot of time on education outcomes, trying to rubbish the Western Cape. Well, let me take this, or put this to the Honourable Manamela. 22 zero-pass schools in the last year. None of them in the Western Cape, all of them in the ANC provinces. So there is no leg to stand on in that regard. And let me tell you some more about the Western Cape's education outcomes. 84.7% matric pass rates, highest in the country. 41.7% bachelor pass rates, highest in the country. Above 70% average for schools in disadvantaged communities in quintiles 1 to 3. 100% textbook delivery for every child, in every subject, in every grade. That is education delivery of quality. That is education outcomes to be proud of. But the one good thing about the Honourable Manamela's speech was that it was the first time we actually heard the issue of crime being addressed at some length from the ANC. Because crime in this country has long reached endemic levels and has been on the increase since 2011. We all know this, and many of our fellow citizens feel this fear every day. Yet, in his State of the Nation address, President Zuma basically showed the middle finger to the serious issue of crime in this country. The Sona made it clear that he and the ANC government are out of touch with what is going on in our country. Drug crime got nothing more than a brief mention, saying nothing new about how this would be tackled. While we have come to expect empty words from a man who is notorious for making hollow promises, this obvious disconnection from what is happening in the country can no longer be ignored. Who has run the police exclusively for the last 21 years? The ANC national government. And the failure of the ANC to address the historical unequal police service provision and to appoint competent national police commissioners who lead the fight against crime effectively, given that the majority of crime victims are poor and black, amounts to hollow words from the ANC when they say they are tackling racial inequality. The one area you control exclusively, no progress. How can the ANC honestly say that black lives matter to them? Chairperson, I now move on to the Honourable We Don't Want Your Dirty Votes Mokonyane, who hammered on quite emphatically about water consumption in the suburbs. But where do you live, Minister? Can we talk about the ministerial residences in Newlands, which last time I checked was a leafy suburb? Can we talk about Senegal in the Free States, which has no water, but where you, Minister, organized the ANC's centenary anniversary celebrations, where you made sure that they had water, which is yet another demonstration that the ANC clearly comes first. Can we talk about more than R500,000 rand that was spent fixing the swimming pool at your official residence when you were Gauteng Premier? All that money, and it wasn't even for drinking water. Can we talk also about the towns that have no water on your watch? Let's talk about Swartregens, Awekamans, Smithfield, Awekamans, Aliwal North, Awekamans, Lady Grey, Awekamans, Senegal, Awekamans, Freiburg, Awekamans, Matatiele, Awekamans, Shushuwe, Awekamans, Lichtenberg, Awekamans, and Winburg, Awekamans. Minister, if you were doing your job, I wouldn't have to ask these questions. I would be able to say, Akona amanzi yonke indawo. And one final correction to the Honourable Minister. It is not the ANC that is investing its money in the Western Cape. That is taxpayers' money. That is money that comes from all the citizens of this country who are paying for that investment. And in fact, it is DA local governments who are spending that money more effectively to better use on water delivery and wastewater management than ANC local governments, if you just refer to the list I've just read out now. So the fact of the matter is, in this 2016 local government elections year, more and more of our citizens are going to see the bright lights and the beacon of DA delivery, and we shall see more wards, more towns, and eventually more provinces, and the entire country turn blue under a DA national government, delivering one nation with one future based on freedom, fairness, and opportunity. Thank you.
Order. The Honorable, the Minister of Science and Technology.
Madam Chairperson.
Order.
Mr. President, Deputy President, honorable members and guests. I can assure the Honorable Mbele that black lives do matter to the African National Congress. And that is why we were prepared to give up our lives in order that the majority in our country might be free. Black lives matter to us, not just black votes. Madam Chairperson, we giggled with amusement when the Honorable Mania asked the President to inspire, give hope, and lead. We giggled because he's a gentleman who is uninspiring, who is hopeless, and has not a single leadership quality. We have seen, Madam Chairperson, in the past 2 days, the honorable members of the opposition clearly indicating, along with their leader, that they live on a planet of their own making, where their leader composes fairy tales full of monsters that are a figment of his imagination. In his fantasy world, he is king of all he dreams, and tries to use the fairy tale as his let's pretend I will rule one day. Like the famous story of the 3 little pigs and the big bad wolf. In this debate, he has huffed, he has puffed, and he has blown nothing down. The African National Congress will not be blown down. It is made of sterner stuff. The tragedy in all of this is that he fools no one, including himself. His imagination knows no bounds. He sees the Western Cape as a sea of success and tranquility for those in Khayelitsha as much as for those in Llandudno. Those who believe he is genuine must be astounded, as they know Western Cape hugely benefited historically from influx control and the worst excesses of apartheid. The notion that all is so well in the Cape must be a tragic pain for the mothers of Hanover Park and Mannenberg, whose children are murdered daily in this imagined paradise of the leader of the opposition. Even worse than fairy tales was the rather pathetic attempt to make us, the victims of racist insults by members of his party, the guilty ones to be accused by him of racism. Those who believe he is worth the position he holds would surely have wished he would leave Planet Honorable Maimane and issue an apology on behalf of his members from this podium he claims to revere. Honorable Maimane, who is no longer in the House to hear the debate, how do you live with your conscience? The honorable member, of course, knows that the victims of oppression are often made blameworthy by those who despise them. So it is now with the honorable leader. It was patently clear from his contribution that the DA, and in fact all the speakers of that party, that they have nothing to offer South Africa. The Honorable Van Dam and the Honorable Davis keenly wanted to know more on education. We would suggest they begin by honestly acknowledging it was President Jacob Zuma who signaled education as the main priority of this government. Honorable Maimane rather disingenuously claimed not much has been achieved in education. I would like to continue where the Honorable Sisulu ended. Our government has steered the achievement of successes in education that are unparalleled in the education history of post-colonial Africa. In fact, in much of the global community of nations, all honorable members prepared to acknowledge the truth know that what has been achieved in education post-apartheid in our 21 years of democracy is truly remarkable. That is, members who wish to acknowledge the truth. Of course, if you wish to be political, you won't acknowledge the truth. But these are facts. The ANC, led by President Mandela, bravely legislated 10 years of compulsory education at the inception of democracy in 1995. President Mandela laid the foundation for us to celebrate today, having achieved after 21 years, universal access to basic education for all girls and boys. Yes, we admit we haven't addressed fully the issue of quality. You're not going to do it in 21 years, but strides we have made. Beyond this, we record the following. The percentage of 5-year-olds attending educational institutions at grade R has increased to 87.2% of 5-year-olds in South Africa. We have 100% intake for grade 1 learners in our country. The percentage of 14 to 18-year-olds attending educational institutions in South Africa today stands at 90.7%. The percentage of 5-year-old children with disabilities attending educational institutions is 83.9%. The percentage of 7 to 15-year-old children with disabilities attending educational institutions stands at 93.4%. The number of learners, honorable members, Chairperson, Mr. President, who benefit from the National School Nutrition Program is, listen to this, 9.2 million learners out of a total of 12.6 learners in public schools. The number of learners who benefit from the no-fee school policy is 9.4 million children out of 12.6 million learners in public schools. There has been as well a dramatic increase in the number of learners writing and completing grade 12 from 532,860 in 2014 to 644,000 306 in 2015. The 2015 numbers are the highest in the history of South Africa. One of the most encouraging outcomes of 2015 is the improvement in the quality of performance in quintile 1 to 3 schools, the poorest in our country. This improvement contributed greater numbers of bachelor's passes and distinctions. Honourable members, our colleagues in these benches know these facts, but their desperation to deliver election speeches causes them to willfully neglect the facts. Of course, being a caring and transparent government, we always readily admit that our 21 years have not addressed all the challenges we face fully. And so we will continue to strenuously expand and entrench quality. We must all still attend to the President's and the ANC's directive that all teachers must be in school every day, teaching on time and fully covering the curriculum. We acknowledge more must be done to expand technical education to achieve full access, and provision of teaching and learning materials must be efficiently addressed. However, we welcome the steps taken by the Department of Basic Education to strengthen technical education and vocational options in the public school system. We have said education has to become a societal issue. All of South Africa must recognize education as the priority focus area it should be. Honourable Van Dam expressed deep admiration for the Fees Must Fall campaign. This is not surprising, as the lack of policy and ideas compels her to grab any public issue that suits her as her own. Let me outline what we admire in higher education. We admire the increase in student headcount enrollment from 837,779 in 2010 to 1,328,000 in 2015. Again, honourable members, remarkable in just 21 years. We admire university participation rate of just under 20% in 2014, up from 15.4% in 2003. Again, remarkable. We admire a largely transformed student population by 2014, with 72% African, 6% coloured, and 5% Indian student enrollments in the system, as compared to 2003 proportions of 62%, 25% for white students, 6% for coloured, and 7% for Indian. We admire the building of 3 new universities: Sol Plaatje University, University of Mpumalanga, and Sifako Makgatho Health Sciences University by this ANC government. And we have a brand new medical school at the University of Limpopo. We admire that progress has been made in technical and vocational education, with TVET a national competence today. We have increased TVET enrollments from 345,566 students in 2010 to our current 800,000 plus in 2015. 9 community colleges have been established, linked to over 3,276 community learning centers and satellite learning centers throughout the length and breadth of South Africa. Our government has also taken action to address the funding needs of the poorest, as shown by having invested over 50 billion rand in loans and bursaries via the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And this scheme benefits all needy students from all racial backgrounds in South Africa. The political expediency that causes the opposition to suggest that nothing has been done is a failed political ploy that will not secure them votes. Young people know that the National Student Financial Aid Scheme bursary funding has increased at TVET colleges from 318 million rand in 2010 to 2.2 billion rand in 2015. Furthermore, they know that student bursary funding at universities has increased from 2.2 billion rand in 2010 to 4.1 billion rand in 2015. They also know that the President and the ANC government have listened to the plight of students who are poor and still not able to meet the costs of higher education. That is why this government, led by President Zuma, has agreed to provide funding in partnership with institutions of higher learning to compensate for not having a fee increase in 2016. Over 2.6 billion rand will be made available from the public purse to cover this particular decision. Madam Speaker, Chairperson, it is not only in education that we see progress resulting from the leadership of the African National Congress in South Africa. Our scientists are working hard to build the meerkat as a precursor to the global square kilometer array project. Our country, South Africa, is increasingly recognized as a science and innovation focused nation. This is shown by the award of the prestigious AU Kwame Nkrumah Science Prize to Professor Abdul Karim in 2015 and to Professor Tibelo Nyokong in 2016. We are also thrilled that our own Kevin Govender is to join a prestigious list of awardees when he receives the 2016 Edinburgh Medal for his work in the Astronomy Development Office at the South African Astronomical Observatory, the first time a South African has received this award. Of course, none of these achievements and signs of steady progress could distract us from the need to find solutions to the ongoing challenges we face of financial need in higher education, particularly the plight of families and students who cannot access NSFAS or other loan schemes. We also must accelerate attention to the transformation challenges of gender equality, non-racism, inadequate accountability, as well as curriculum reform within higher education. I was astounded when the Honorable Mulder referred, yes, to that offensive T-shirt, but he didn't refer to the students who are painting their faces black at the University of Stellenbosch. Again, the guilty being named. Absolutely unacceptable. Attention. Order. Nevertheless, we would like to urge all students to ensure that this year they focus on learning and that all we, the parents who can afford to pay fees, do pay fees in higher education. We also condemn wanton destruction and violence on campuses, and we support Minister Nzimande in his efforts to ensure a successful academic year. We firmly believe, Madam Chairperson, that the record books speak to our progress in education, and we are certain that history will mark our first 20 years as a significant and fundamental departure from our awful past. No amount of vilification of President Zuma and his government will erase these achievements, just as hatred of President Zuma will never propel Honorable Planet Maimane to the leadership of South Africa. We, of course, are absolutely stunned at honorable members who went to the public promising them that they will ensure that they earn higher wages, that they own land, and that nirvana will lie in their lap. Those honorable members are absent today. Not once have those members made a proposal in this House to achieve any aspect of the manifesto promises they so wildly made to the nation. It is clear from their lack of contribution to our democracy that they fundamentally misunderstood how a parliament functions and what its role is. As for the honorable gentleman of Cope, we know he is suffering terribly from a disease you need to reject from your heart. Anger is a terrible disease, and he really needs to get over it. We know that the Honorable Julius thought, this is my moment of fame. I am on Idols and I must insult in order to be remembered. It won't win you votes. And we also do know that the references to Honorable Jumat, the insults to her, merely indicate what we all know. The last refuge of a scoundrel is always insults. Mr. President, Steve Biko is known to have said, and I quote, that it is better to die for an idea that will live than to live for an idea that will die. He also said, Mr. President, that the most potent weapon in the hand of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The honorable members, Mr. President, want you to be their instrument of their wishes. They want your mind to be in their hand. And you, Mr. President, must never allow your mind to be in the hand of the oppressor. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Order. Order, members. Order. This concludes the speakers list. The President will reply to the debate tomorrow. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
And that's where we'll leave the National Assembly, as you've just heard there from the Speaker, that it's been a robust 2 days, hasn't it?
Heated exchanges between MPs, coining new phrases like Planet Zuma, Planet Maimane. Insults were being hurled